Bienvenidos a la segunda sesión del
Welcome to the second session of the Fourth International Congress on Technology and Tourism for Diversity. I remind you of the hashtag TTDF112021. We hope you liked yesterday's session, and we wanted to remind you that in addition to the live sessions, you have very interesting sessions posted on the web. The ones that you can see today are those about applications for people with visual disabilities, moderated by Dani Guash, who's the academic director of the Chair of Accessibility of the Polytechnic University of Catalonia, which shows guidance and guidance systems for people with visual impairment indoors and outdoors, public spaces and transport, and obstacle detection applications, and the audio description workshop given by Olaya Luque. She's the professor at the University of Granada, offers an introduction to audio description techniques, examples, and activities related to art description, exploration, and guidance techniques. Today, we continue with more things. We have the presence of the president of Segitur with a long career in the field of technology and tourism. He's going to talk about Segitur's activity in terms of tourism, technology, and accessibility, and two panel discussions. The first will present the Accessibility Tech project, which is being developed by a consortium of European entities with the aim of finding innovative and accessible solutions for people with disabilities. And the second, taking advantage of the good taste in our mouths that this session of the video games left with us yesterday, will be about accessible video games. We'll be looking at training and video game distribution. Enrique, welcome. Thank you for being with us. We know the great effort you made to be able to participate in the Congress, and the screen is all yours. Thanks very much for that invitation. And it's a great satisfaction to collaborate with you. We've been doing this for many years now. When I was the general director of INCIBE, we collaborated and did some studies. So thanks very much for the invitation. I wanted to talk today about the model that we're working with here in Segitur, and the definition of a smart tourist destination. And one of the important parts is accessibility. We're going to focus on accessibility, but also refer briefly to our vision. I wanted to remind you of just a few things. 10% of the population needs help because they have accessibility difficulties, and it's helpful for a further 40% of the population. So this large number of people who can benefit from accessibility. This study was done by the World Tourism Organization and made reference to the right to having or to enjoy an accessible destination, and considering accessible all of these services and products that are included in a tourist destination, so that all tourists can enjoy the destination in an autonomous fashion. So this model of smart tourist destinations was developed with a series of national standards, which are voluntary, and also they meet all these requirements. And at Segitur, we use those standards to develop our smart destinations. So this standard deals with the management of tourist destinations. And then there's another one on accessible tourism. It's an ISO standard. So in the case of our model of smart tourist destinations, it's one of the 5 pillars of our governance, the vision to the future, management, participation, responsibility, control, innovation, management of the governance, and what we shared with colleagues in Latin America. Some reflections were one of the people speaking from the World Bank made a reference to a study that shows that the main problem faced by that destinations have is not technology, but rather to being able to have good governance and innovate in the form of governance. That's where there were some difficulties in managing destinations. And then we looked at the technology component applied to governance, technological infrastructures at destinations. For example, in Spain, how, since tourism is concentrated in a small area, requires a great effort by infrastructures during periods of time. Other infrastructures like hotels and buildings and so forth. So we have sustainability, natural heritage, and then the development, economic development of this sector, and then accessibility. So I'll talk in more detail about the transformation that we've done in the model that we are implementing just in these last few days. This new model has 96 requirements, 266 indicators, 39 requirements in sustainability, and innovative 39 requirements. And in accessibility, we have 17 requirements. And the areas that we're working in accessibility, management of accessibility at destination, and the implementation of accessibility at the destination. I'm going to talk how we define each one of these modes, what results come from our evaluations, and then we'll talk about some best practices that we've identified in both of these areas. Now, having identified the areas, the management of accessibility at the destinations and the implementation, we'll move on now to the requirements. I'm going to focus on one of these. There are 17 requirements and 43 indicators. One of these would be have sufficient knowledge about accessibility at the destination. Once we've identified a requirement, then we go to break it down into indicators. In this case, the knowledge of accessibility at the destination, we have indicators such as if there's a technical diagnosis has been done, if there's an inventory of accessibility of the different tourist resources, if there's at least an accessible resource available in each link of the value chain. If the chain is broken, the experience is not going to be good. And so that's important to remind everyone that this value chain is quite long and we have to make sure that it's not broken. And then we establish for those indicators, we establish a measurement. In the case of whether a technical diagnosis has been done, the percentage of coverage of the tourist resources that entered into the diagnosis and the date the diagnosis was done. There are some destinations where what we find is that they have diagnoses, but maybe they're quite old. So the success stories that I'm talking about here is that this has to be permanently updated using different mechanisms. So we have a system where we identify areas. In this case, we're talking about management, not the implementation, but the management. Now this we translate into a series of requirements. In the case of We're talking about the knowledge of the destination, and then we have the indicators, in this case, the existence of a technical diagnosis. Then it would be, we go down to inventory of resources, and then at least one resource for each part of the value chain. And in this case, it would be the percentage of total coverage of the resources at the destination and the date where these were done. This is the chain that we assess at destinations, and this is our accessibility pillar. Now, our methodology, compared to what we did before, we have some indicators that weren't significant. So we grouped some criteria that were not, maybe they weren't that important. Maybe they were, we've simplified some of those. We incorporated indicators to measure the use of the different technologies and innovative solutions used to foster the development of accessibility. We incorporated indicators also to evaluate something very important, the prevention measures for healthcare risk. I think COVID is a good example of that. And we also incorporated indicators to evaluate incentives to accessibility from the public and private sectors. These two measures, the first and second here, come from our desire to do more than just comply. We want to do more than comply, coordinating with other areas and so forth. We also want, or we have a vocation to go over and above the organization and mobilize this tourist sector so they participate in these criteria. And that's why we have these types of indicators. And also, we have a lighter methodology now and a more objective methodology. We used to have 53 requirements and 83 indicators in these different areas. And now we have 17 requirements, 43 indicators, 120 evaluation criteria, and 2 areas. This is important. It makes the whole process a little bit lighter, a little bit swifter, and in terms of the evaluation criteria, we sometimes had to provide documentation on these. The evaluation criteria now are more objective. If there's a problem with bias and noise in the assessment, for example, if you have bias, maybe all of the criteria are above or below the mean, that's a bias, and noise is when everything is very dispersed. To prevent this situation, right now there's 200 and some destinations who are using this methodology, so we do need to make this as objective as possible. So now we focused a lot on these 120 evaluation criteria, so as far as possible to contribute to lower the noise in the and eliminate bias in our analysis. It's impossible to do that 100%, but we've made a considered effort to do that. So that's the methodology. It might seem a little bit complicated, but this is the instrument that we use to measure things, and it has significant advantages for a manager because this is all of the know-how that we have, important with things need where we have to put our attention. It's really a guide, and it's our internal legitimizer, really, or the excuse or the context to work with other, work with people, work with tourists. It's also important because This will give us an indication that we have an inventory of accessible resources and so forth. So for the so having this methodology is not just a formality, it really is, it's a way to synthesize the knowledge that we have and to make real objective comparisons and so forth to mobilize the tourism sector to provide expectations for tourists that we're looking at very rigorous criteria and so forth. So it really is a significant contribution. Now, having said all of this, what do we, or what do we analyze at the destinations? What we do is we measure two basic areas, accessibility management and the implementation at the destination. In the first, the management of accessibility at the destination, we assess and do a diagnosis of the different strategic instruments, the planning of accessibility or communication on accessibility conditions at the destinations. Now, what do we measure in this area? Well, compliance with the rules, accessibility rules. Sometimes there are contradictory mandates in between heritage organizations and other areas of the city council. Compliance with national legislation. Second, we look at whether there are specific rules on the application of accessibility. Here we look at and whether we look at accessibility in other different types of areas in parking and so forth. Sometimes that's a conflict as well. Maybe there's a rule, a specific accessibility rule, but in the parking lots, for example, that has not been borne in mind and it's not coordinated. And then we have human and technical resources to manage destinations. If there's been training has been offered to staff, the existence of plans, cross-cutting plans of accessibility that cover the whole destination, the training of managers in these issues, and also looking at the different types of disabilities as well. The existence of management tools, electronic administration of accessibility, and if there are actions that promote accessibility. In other words, not just complying with what we have set, the rules we have set for ourselves, but developing new possibilities for accessibility. And then in the case of implementation, this was the second area. The first was management. So basically in implementation is we have to foster accessible environments. And here we measure two things, physical accessibility, ramps, and digital accessibility. The web page, the application, see if they comply with all of the standards. In physical accessibility, remember that we have to look at the whole chain, the transport, restaurants, activities, training, all of this, or in each of these, in hotels, restaurants, and so forth, and the experience in a train or an automobile, these could break the chain, the accessibility chain. So it's important that you cover the entire chain. And in this area, what we analyze is the accessibility measures to infrastructures. One thing is having the rule or the standard. Another is looking at the impact of that standard on infrastructure, accessibility of information. That's a whole chapter in and of itself. all the different pamphlets and so forth, the accessibility conditions in different physical spaces throughout the territory, the tourist offices, museums, parks, event management. We need to measure all of that, and then we need to verify that on site that the accessibility and governance and so forth is, we have to make sure that it's done on site and that we have to go and visit places to make sure, to look at that these standards are being complied with in the public and private sectors.
In the scope of digital accessibility, we do what you all know, websites for websites, tourist apps, information desks, digital screens. Whether all of this fulfills the standards is something that we take into account. There are a series of common issues. In the case of accessibility, in general, we find out that there's insufficient communication. We say whether something is in the destination or not. There's a scarce management of accessibility. There's not enough training or intention. There's an issue with the management of different relationships, the scarcity of accessible resources, and the lack of the proper resources. Almost all of them are internal issues. Oh.
Con esto habríamos medido, habríamos identificado un ámbito general de actuación, por qué esto es importante, cómo a todo el mundo le resultaría más cómodo, un 40% más que razonable, un 10% imprescindible. Hemos repasado la metodología.
We have reviewed the methodology. Remember that we have changed the different axes. They're divided by evaluation criteria. Besides of having lightened the methodology and the number of indicators, we have added assessment criteria to make it more useful. We still will keep going on to the destinations to check how the real implementing is going on. Then we started, after describing methodology, to another way to measure. When we measure, what we find at the destination, what we understand as management, implementing, and other general considerations that can be improved, that are closely linked to management, specific units, assessment, etc.
Un detalle de qué se mide y las principales fallas que encontramos, y lo que vamos a pasar ahora es...
We realize what are the main failures that we're encountering. So what we're going to do is to retell you what are the results and the recommendations that we have found. You can see here on this chart, accessibility is at 45.5% of fulfillment, which is the second lowest after technology. And you can check that they're very advanced destinations. 77% in implantation of accessibility at the destination. Average destinations are at 34% regarding accessibility and technological tools.
En el caso de la implantación de la accesibilidad en el destino en 49 y el destino líder es 76.
Leader destination is 46. In the case of accessibility management at the destination, we have 41% average and 89% destination. And regarding standard frameworks are 42% and 80% at the most advanced destination. And they're quite symmetrical, but they're separated by almost 40 or 30 points, depending on the case. This allows us to have an image of how is the average of our destinations regarding accessibility and what are their components. We also do other types of consideration, other types of reports where the regulatory framework is around 42%, the implementing of accessibility 41%. You can see it all on the slide. This allows us to establish comparisons. And you can do improvement policies that are much more accurate. You don't need to look into accessibility in general. You can look at the implementation of accessibility at the destination. There's a specific thing that is lacking. So you can promote either the hiring or more staff, whether there's a need for better training on technology, on the tools that are being used. You can provide public grants. You can do publicity campaigns. You can focus on exactly what is lacking instead of doing this very general policies. Among the recommendations that we carry out after doing all of this reporting, what's the most useful thing? To demand to comply with the regulatory framework. There are some things that are not being complied with. You know better than me. Sometimes it's difficult to launch things in cities because there are contradictory regulation. The second place, very typical point is establishment of accessible tourist development, strategies for accessible tourist development. This can be, we also have cross-sectional accessibility plans that involve every area at the local government. Everyone should follow the same logic. It doesn't matter what area of local government they work at. We also recommend doing a centralization of public buying and hiring and integration using accessibility criteria. What to buy and how to do it. Also, the training of human resources regarding care for people with disability, and the design and promotion of accessible tourist products and services. And lastly, information and a catalog regarding the accessible tourist offer. These are some of the regular recommendations that we do. Improvement of accessibility, of universal accessibility at the tourist office itself, using accessibility criteria in the city signage, installation of magnetic loops in the cashiers in municipal buildings, the application of accessibility criteria to technology tools, the application of compulsory criteria regarding accessibility at websites, among others. I would like to mention a study we did a few years ago. I worked as a general director for Inteco for these matters, and we did this study
explicado, al menos el día de la presentación, ahí estaba conmigo, hace años, que venía a reivindicar el por qué hacer las cosas de esta forma, ¿no? Señalaba
This
esto que hemos dicho.
study pointed out why we need to do things in this way. The percentage of people in the EU, we can see here, at 14.5%.
Serán criterios distintos, pero es que ronda esa cantidad de las personas que objetivamente tienen una necesidad
That's the approximate figure of people who have a need for this type of assistance. In the second place, the aging population. We will all become older.
Puede beneficiarse de esto. Y después decir que la tecnología es un elemento.
Then we have to say that technology is a vital point of, sorry, it's a vital aspect of all of this. Technology structures decision making. So it's very important to know what policy is going to be in place. The analysis of the demand, well, 33% of people didn't use this type of solutions because of they were not affordable or they hadn't received the information needed. We also found that there was a lower participation of user and associations for the definition of what were the things that were needed, both in engineering and telecommunications. There are people very well trained with great qualifications, but they design products without actually talking to the users. So 12% of the survey hadn't weren't satisfied with their demands. There's a lack of fitting to the demand. There's such a gap between what you wish for and what you receive that even in customized products, there's this large percentage where they're not complying with the needs of the user, provides you a clear image of where the issue lays. Except in the case of people who are deaf, with deafness, most things came from abroad. We haven't been able to achieve an industry that keeps up with the standards, neither in volume, nor in dialogue, nor in customizing to the needs of the clients, of the users. When analyzing what we're offering, we see that the producers are an emerging sector, but are highly fragmented. Innovation is not always happening in the right way or in the right place. So there's a lower number of solutions available to clients. The costs are not affordable enough. Spanish companies here have a great opportunity to establish a dialogue with the final users, with their clients, to produce the right product. This is very important. If you see at the cost of a producer, is based on not having scaled economies, so prices go up. We build these very sophisticated things that don't always match the needs of people or the amount that people can pay for it.
fase, hemos visto la metodología, los cambios que hemos hecho en indicadores, en ámbitos, etcétera. Hemos visto
Well,
también
regarding good practices, we've looked at indicators, at our methodology,
y qué tipo de recomendaciones
what
generales.
type of things or measures. We have applied this methodology,
las buenas prácticas que se han desarrollado
and we are going to look into the good practices that we have been able to establish in both scopes, implementing and execution. Here we have the example of Santander, which is one of our best destinations for smart cities. There's a council that is especially dedicated to accessibility issues.
En reconocimiento, me refiero. Entonces tiene el premio Reina Sofía de 2009.
They received the Reina Sofia Award in 2009, and they also received several other awards. It has a long tradition of receiving awards due to this specific council. We also have the example of Aviles. They follow every building project or any reforms that are performed in the municipality. So they have this committee that is presided by the mayor and that combines representatives from the political groups, municipal technicians, and representatives from citizen associations. They also supervise any building works. They have the system that allows them to perform a follow-up of what is going on the city at all times.
En Palma, el destino realiza acciones de formación y en materia de accesibilidad para que los trabajadores atiendan.
Also in Palma, we have this training on public officers or people who have to face the public in order to improve their activities when it has to do with dealing with people with disabilities. They also have specific audits to assess the different levels of accessibility and the different tourist routes.
Un caso muy conocido y muy reconocido que es el diagnóstico de accesibilidad que se hizo sobre las playas de Ciudad Jardín y playa.
There's accessibility diagnosis regarding the beaches of Ciudad Jardín and Palma, and they received this AENOR certification.
También que sabéis que es un ayuntamiento que está que fue el primero en certificarse como.
Benidorm was one of the first local governments to receive this certification. They have these working committees regarding accessibility in the city.
Está compuesto, como en el caso anterior, por representantes de las concejalías de bienestar social.
It has representatives from the Wellbeing Council, members of other councils as well, and political groups.
La institución casi por completo. En Palma otra vez la mesa de Palma accesible que se creó para
the Palma Accessible group that promoted the elimination of all barriers regarding transport and communication. They provide recommendations to the municipality groups. It's a great practice. In León, they have a program for accessible establishments, which is an accessibility logo for those stores. They have to do this. They receive this message where they assess their the facilities to show that they comply with a minimum level of accessibility. In Santander, they have this program for urban observers, which is linked to accessibility. They follow three different criteria: training, analyzing, and solving. They try to find any issues that might be minor, but they contribute to reducing their workload. These urban observers go around the city and check what can work better. They receive technical training by the Institute for Social Affairs from Cantabria. So they watch out to the comply with issues that affect everyone.
Promover el primer plan municipal de accesibilidad de la ciudad de Burgos 2018-2023 y en ese documento se realiza un diagnóstico, se proponen líneas estratégicas y se lanza. Y luego junto al plan en el plan municipal de accesibilidad, se estudian las barreras existentes en todos los ámbitos del municipio y se establece un orden de prioridades. Para llevar a cabo estas intervenciones con texto. Claro, es que hemos intervenido en varias ocasiones en esta necesidad, en la del consenso y en la de tener sistemas de listar con claridad qué hay que hacer.
A clear list to promote everything that has to do with the budget, the programming works. And this is a good example of one of the trends that we saw in other places. Now, if we move into management, from management to implementation now, we see also in Benidorm, this is a #1 destination in terms of the provision of information. There's a tourist map that's in Braille. It has a special QR code that's voice activated as well. So this helps to make the city more accessible. In Las Palmas, there was a beach spot where you have assisted entry into the water. Now they've specialized really, or they've improved accessibility along the coast. They did a diagnosis. First assisted bathing area they established. And that was done very, very well. There was an ongoing exercise of monitoring and measurement for these services. And then, so again, a special action guide is developed, and there are continuing exercises of monitoring exercises in Barcelona in the National Park Aguas Torres. What they've done, this is a place that's 3,000 meters above sea level, and with certain difficulties, for transport difficulties, they've tried to guarantee overcoming these obstacles for people with disabilities. And there's a project called Barrier-Free Walks for people with disabilities. So they've been adapting infrastructures, materials, and the training of the guides here is very important. In Mallorca, there's a foundation there, nonprofit, and since 2007 they've been doing sports activities adapted for people with disabilities. Specifically, there are two projects that I wanted to talk about: hiking for everyone in the area called Tramontana, which is World Heritage, and there's excursions in 4x4 vehicles throughout the park. In Galicia, This was initially focused on the way of St. James in the Holy Year. And what they've done is they've used technologies on specific applications in the web page to make Santiago more accessible. They have a whole series of services.
En fin, y otra serie con independencia del sistema operativo, otra serie de cosas, ¿no? Luego se han hecho más
And
cosas.
then more things have been done in Valencia. In Valtour, Valencia has
perdón, es que se me han saltado los. Bueno, se hizo para el Camino de Santiago.
it was just done, like I said, in Galicia for the way of St. James, the Camino de Santiago. They in the web page and so forth, they want to make this more accessible. In other places in Valencia, they put together an e-book called Santa Pola in Viraros with inclusive accessibility, and they've trained people to detect needs and the interests at the destination and the different interactions and collaborative applications using the Two for All platform, the Vodafone platform, for people looking for trustworthy information when they travel. In Malaga, there was a program where the timetables, programs, and activities were made accessible. In the city of Salamanca, they received an award for their tourist offer in their digital tourist Congress in June of 2020. So that's a very interesting platform. And the Orange Foundation put together multimedia guides to, it's called App Size, to make applications more accessible for cultural areas. The QR as a tool in Castro Urdiales. They've developed a map that's activated by voice to look at the main tourist attractions in the old part of the city. The QR is also code, can be used in a place called Navi Lens to facilitate one's getting around the city there. An initial telepresence robot was made for cultural uses in Spain. So museums in other countries, these can take people around museums, a robot that takes you on a guided tour around museums. There's several experiences of that type. And so with that, I'd like to conclude and answer any questions if you have them. We could just do a quick summary of the things we've talked about. First of all, we talked about the importance that you know very well of accessibility and tourism. The second point is that our contribution has been the methodology, one of the pillars being accessibility. And I said that the experience over these years of measuring in many destinations has allowed us to reduce the number of areas from 4 to 2, the number of indicators. We introduced the concept of evaluation criteria, which there was a large number of these to guarantee that the effects of bias and noise will not affect our analysis. Third, we saw in detail this methodology, what exactly it measures in each area. Then we looked at the general results, and we put together those different diamond-shaped figures of the different destinations. And there's the score of different destinations. Then we looked at the recommendations that were made that had to do with implementation and also with management of the destination, and that the most common management issue was not having trained personnel, not having specific units, not complying with the rules and so forth. And then the implementation, we needed to look in detail or establish mechanisms to deal with problems as they arise and make sure that things were being done well. And then lastly, we took a look at a whole list of best practices where we saw that many of these focus on resolving these problems that we've identified. In other words, training personnel, showing that this is a group issue that we can all work on, all the different ways to improve accessibilities. We also looked at the efforts to measure using web pages, data, chat box, and to have the capacity to update these constantly to see where we comply with the rules or not, to get this on the agenda in the city council to see if there's a budget or for these things or not, if planning is done for this. So all the things that we mentioned. So that's what I wanted to present. I wanted to leave a few minutes at the end here for any questions that you may have. I'm going to see if there's in the chat there's any questions. I'll take a look at that now. If not, you could make your questions now. Don't worry, Enrique. I'm going to pass those on to you because you talked about a lot of very interesting things. So let's go with the first question. How do tourist destinations receive this criticism in terms of accessibility? How do we prioritize these things, like all the different issues? Well, there's really not a number one priority. And one is not more important than the other. We follow the model. You have 5 columns, and all 5 are scored in accordance with the criteria. There's 96 requirements and 262 indicators. So there's really no possibility that one is assessed over another. What does happen, at least in the past, we found that the accessibility was a particularly difficult area to access, not due to the city councils or resources or having trained people and so forth, but rather because it's just more difficult for the things we mentioned, regulatory issues, consistency, and implementation at the destination, because many times there's contradictory rules. Heritage doesn't allow you to do one thing and the city council does. So there's really not prevention. Everyone does assume the model and everyone does accept accessibility completely. There's a full acceptance of this, but the system does not prioritize one over the other. We need to comply with all of the pillars of this methodology. So everything is important. Now the next question is, why is universal accessibility not taken into consideration in implementation, both digital and physical? Well, I did skip over this because there's one of the things that we did do is left this part out because I said at the beginning we had a higher number of things that we used to assess it. Now, if you look at the presentation, we went through the main requirements, and in criteria, but it is included. It's the change of logic going from obstacles, the design for everyone, that is all included. But I didn't refer to it just because for lack of time, but it is in the model. It is included in the model. Thanks very much. And the next question, with this methodology that has advantages for managers and tourists, but is it a competitive advantage for those business people that follow this methodology? Yes, to the extent that there's greater access to the market, that there are specific help of the managers in the destinations to satisfy these requirements. But honestly, we don't have a study of the impact in the restaurants or hotels that implement this to the extent to which it helps the business. We don't really know at the final, in the end result. We know we do have to comply with this, the different models that are promoted. We suppose that there's advantage for the tourists because they can clearly identify these advantages at the destination, but we haven't really measured what that end result is. We don't have data on that. So I can't really say anything about that. Everything would appear to indicate that it's very well received, but that's not really the purpose of these types of policies. We have to do this because it's a regulation. We have to do it out of principle, and also because it's just a component of the program. Now, in terms of measures, is there a European measurement or world measurement that's recognized by the World Tourism Organization that can compare with this smart tourist destination? As far as we know, no, there is not. There was a number of experiences, one-off experiences of what a smart destination should be. Now, when the World Tourism Organization talked about tourism linked to promoting themselves at fairs and so forth, and managers had to manage destinations because all of the evidence indicated that 50% of success of tourism comes from doing things well in public services, cleanliness of the destinations, water quality, and so forth. Those principles were there, and the merit in Spain, the Secretary of State, is that they've done this very well. They have indicators so they can see destinations that have been measured against these standards, and we're one of the leaders in terms of standards in measuring these things, and to have some of the #1 destinations in the world. And so this is a real, I think, a merit that the methodology has. So the WTO, the European Commission, the OECD, the Inter-American Development Bank, they know that we're promoting this model in Latin America, and so in many cities in Latin America, and recently in some European countries and African countries have been watching the way we're organizing things. So Spain does have, I think, plays a leadership role, a clear leadership role in this. And we've taken this very seriously to change perspectives, to move away from trade fairs and pamphlets. And although they're important, we know that competitiveness really depends on the quality of destinations themselves. And we need a model, and the public policy, tourist resources, the beaches, the mountains, and so forth, and the tourist plans. To be successful, public policy needs to be taken very, very, very seriously. and provide accessibility. This is one of the objectives of our policy. So thanks very much, Enrique, because once again, we look at the need for collaborative work to get more accessible tourism, where differences are put aside and diversity is accepted. As we did yesterday, in this break, we'll watch a short film. Today we'll see I Love You Bad by the director Mireia Giró. This is about a blind woman who has a routine and order in place in her life and everything is under control. And that's where her happiness lies. Now something will happen that will make us reflect on her life decisions. And we hope that you enjoy this short film.
La accesibilidad al ocio y a la cultura es algo fundamental para la inclusión de las personas con discapacidad. En este caso, la accesibilidad al cine. Que las personas sordas puedan seguir una película mediante subtítulos y que las personas ciegas dispongan de la audiodescripción son dos aspectos indispensables para garantizar la accesibilidad. En los cortometrajes que vamos a ver a lo largo del Congreso,
The films that we're going to see in this Congress, all of these films, we have subtitles and audio description to explain exactly what's happening in the different scenes and so forth. And all people will be able to listen to this, although in the real life, this is only listened by people who need this through an application called AudX Mobile.
que permite escuchar audiodescripciones de películas, series, documentales o cortometrajes, descargando estas en el móvil. La aplicación sincroniza la audiodescripción con la película. De este modo, solo el usuario lo escuchará. Esperamos que disfruten de la proyección. Todas las proyecciones contarán con subtítulos y audiodescripción en castellano. Accessibility to leisure and culture is fundamental for the inclusion of people with disabilities. In this case, we are talking about accessibility to the cinema. That deaf people can follow a movie using subtitles and that blind people have audio descriptions are two essential aspects that guarantee accessibility. In the short films that we are going to see throughout the conference, all of us will be able to enjoy them on equal terms. The audio description, which explains what happens in the different scenes while the actors are not speaking, will be heard by everyone. In real life, this is normally only heard by people who require it throughout the AudX mobile app, an accessible and free application that allows us to listen to audio description of films, series, documentaries, or short films by downloading them on your mobile. The app synchronizes the audio description with the movie. In this way, only the user will hear it. We hope you enjoy the screening, with subtitles and audio description in Spanish.
El guión de este cortometraje fue ganador del concurso de guiones en la sección oficial Compostela Plató. Cortocircuito 2005, Festival Internacional de Cortometrajes de Santiago de Compostela, Ficción Producciones y Turismo de Santiago de Compostela, con la colaboración de Santiago de Compostela Film Commission. Los nombres de los actores y el título aparecen escritos primero en braille y después en texto. Isabel Naveira, Monti Castiñeiras, Te quiero mal. Guión y dirección, Mireia Giró Costa. Una joven duerme en su cama, es de día. Sin abrir los ojos, lanza la mano sobre el despertador.
Son las 8 horas del 7 de septiembre.
Abre los ojos. Sentada en el borde de la cama, mete los pies en las zapatillas. Se levanta y entra al cuarto de baño. Se ducha. Coge el gel. Con los ojos cerrados descorre la cortina y se seca. En ropa interior pasa la mano sobre prendas colgadas. Descuelga una de las perchas y coge la ropa colgada en ella. Escoge zapatos también por el tacto. En la cocina, ya vestida, pone en marcha la tostadora, abre un armario sin mirarlo y saca una taza. Pone café soluble en la taza. Abre la nevera y saca la leche. Acciona el microondas. Unta mantequilla en una tostada y la come. Bebe de la taza y palpa su reloj de pulsera. Ante el ordenador.
Entra dentro del Outlook, menú, bandeja de salida, bandeja de entrada, tiene 6 mensajes, asunto, puntuación, 2 puntos, hola, caracola, puntuación, exclamación, de puntuación, 2 puntos, Laura Paulies, Eter. Hola, loca, ¿dónde te metes? Ayer te estuve llamando y me salió el buzón. Hecho de menos, nuestras salidas.
Se pinta los labios frente a un espejo. Pasa su dedo sobre una caja que contiene recipientes con maquillajes de diferentes colores y se maquilla. Recoge las llaves de un pedestal en el pasillo. Despliega un bastón de ciego y sale de su casa. Dirige los ensayos de una coral.
Muy bien. Vamos ahora con la lengua.
Todos sacan la lengua, uno de ellos cierra la boca. La joven orienta su oído hacia él.
Cristian, ¿ya te has cansado de mover la lengua?
No. Lo siento.
Ella ejercita los labios, todos la imitan. En la calle mantiene el bastón formando un triángulo. Se acerca Cristian.
Perdona, ¿quieres que te ayude?
Cristian. No, gracias. Ya he llamado un taxi.
Pues parece que se ha olvidado de ti. ¿Cuánto hace que esperas?
Tarde o temprano se producirá el milagro. Siempre pasa.
Vale. No insistiré más.
No te lo pido.
Mira, acaba de pasar uno y no ha parado.
Ella sonríe socarrona.
No pasa nada por pedir ayuda alguna vez, ¿sabes? No traicionarás a tus colegas sufragistas ni nada de eso.
Está bien. Ayúdame. Pero que conste que no te necesito para nada.
Gracias por dejarme ayudarte. Vamos a mi coche. Lo voy aparcado cerca de aquí.
Ella pliega el bastón, se suelta de Cristian y le agarra el codo. Otro día la joven duerme en su cama, lanza la mano sobre el despertador.
Son las 8 horas del 12 de septiembre.
Sentada en el borde de la cama, mete los pies en las zapatillas. Se levanta y entra al cuarto de baño. Se ducha. Coge el gel. Se seca. Se pone un vestido rojo ante la ropa colgada en perchas. Coge zapatos. En la cocina unta mermelada sobre una tostada y la come. Bebe de la taza y palpa su reloj de pulsera.
8:30 horas.
Recoge las llaves del pedestal en el pasillo y sale. Dirige los ensayos de la coral.
Cristian, recordad que esto es un coro. No intentéis cantar más que los otros.
¿Quién, yo?
El quinto tenor, empezando por la izquierda, eres tú, ¿no?
Sí, pero yo no he cantado más que los otros.
Entonces debo ser yo que te sobrevaloro. O a lo mejor es que ahora además me estoy volviendo sorda. Volvamos a empezar.
Por la calle, la joven camina tanteando con el bastón. Cruza un mercadillo callejero. Camina por calles hasta llegar cerca de un paso de peatones. Cruza. Recula asustada.
¿Estás bien?
¿Me puede ayudar, por favor?
Sí, claro.
Me he descontado y no sé dónde está el paso de cebra.
El transeúnte la acompaña hasta el paso de peatones.
Es por aquí.
Muchas gracias.
De nada.
Otro día la joven duerme en su cama y lanza la mano sobre el despertador.
Son las 8 horas del 15 de septiembre.
Se levanta. En la cocina, ya vestida, pone en marcha la tostadora, abre un armario y saca la taza. Saca una cucharilla y pone café soluble en la taza. Echa azúcar. Abre la nevera y saca la leche. La vierte sobre la taza que después introduce en el microondas. Lee un libro braille.
Mamá, mamá.
Descuelga.
Mamá.
Pasa su dedo sobre diferentes colores de la caja de maquillajes y se maquilla. Recoge las llaves del pedestal. Dirige la actuación de la coral. Gira hacia el público, saluda y comparte el aplauso con la coral. Le entregan un ramo de flores. Agarra el brazo de una señorita y sale del escenario. En una discoteca, la joven Christian y otra joven hablan cerca de la barra. Ella se mueve suavemente al ritmo de la música. A su espalda, Christian le pone las manos sobre los hombros. Las desliza acariciándole los brazos. Acaricia su cintura y coloca ambas manos sobre el pecho de la joven. La acaricia por el cuerpo y los brazos. Desnudo sobre la cama, Christian pasa su mano sobre la espalda de ella. Se besan y acarician. Sentada sobre él, le acaricia el pecho moviéndose rítmicamente. De día duermen en la cama. Él despierta, coge el despertador y mira cómo apagarlo.
Son las 8 horas del 16 de septiembre.
Enciende la lamparilla y arroja el despertador sobre la mesilla. La besa y se levanta. Golpea las zapatillas introduciéndolas bajo la cama. Entra al baño. Se seca con la toalla de ella. Deja la toalla en el lavabo y tira la caja de maquillajes. La recoge descolocándolos. Adosa un aparato a un zapato. Lo pega a su camisa. A su piel. En la cocina mete pan en la tostadora y enciende la luz. Busca en los cajones. Saca una cucharilla. Saca la taza de ella del armario, pone café y deja el tarro en otro sitio. Cambia de lugar el tarro de azúcar. Llena la taza con leche. Guarda la leche en la nevera y cierra el microondas. Lo sube al máximo y lo acciona. Coge las llaves del pedestal. Ella sigue durmiendo. Él entra en la casa con una rosa que deja sobre el mantelillo colocado en la mesa de la cocina. Se va. Ella despierta. Alarga la mano y palpa la mesilla hasta encontrar el despertador. Se levanta, pero las zapatillas no están en su sitio. La puerta del baño está cerrada. Tropieza con ella y abre. En la ducha busca el gel, tantea la bañera hasta encontrarlo. Se pone zapatos del mismo modelo pero distinto color. En la cocina acciona la tostadora. No encuentra la taza en el armario. Coge otra. Saca una cucharilla. Tira un bote descolocado. Coge el café. Tira el azúcar. Se agacha y palpa los restos de cristales y azúcar. Lo recoge con un cepillo y el recogedor. En la nevera la leche no está en su sitio.
Mierda.
Toma un brick y lo huele. Lo deja, toma el de la leche y lo huele. Mete la taza en el microondas y lo acciona. Se sienta ante la mesa. Se pincha con la rosa y se duele de la mano. La palpa con cuidado. La huele. La deja sobre la mesa y consulta su reloj de pulsera. Abre el microondas. Las tostadas saltan quemadas. Se maquilla. Los colores que se aplican no son los habituales. Las llaves no están en el pedestal. Su bolso cae, ella tantea pared y suelo. Baja las escaleras hasta el teléfono. Hace intención de cogerlo, pero se detiene. Se sienta abatida. Guión y dirección, Mireia Giró Costa. Director de fotografía, Juan Hernández. Banda sonora, Manu Ribeiro. Ella, Isabel Naveira. Cristian, Monti Castiñeiras. Coro, Coral Polifónica de Bergantiños. Guión audiodescriptivo escrito y sonorizado en Aristia Producciones.
La programación del Congreso, damos paso al moderador de la
We're going to give the floor to the moderator for the next table, Antonio Grigelmo, leader for the Accessibility Tech project with over 20 years experience in the accessibility field, developing his functions at the ONCE Foundation. He'll explain us the goals of the project, and he will introduce the main partners of this project. They will tell us how they focus on disability within their own organizations. Welcome, Antonio. The screen is yours. We'll have the questions afterwards. Thank you, Silvia. Together with my colleagues, I will introduce you to accessibility tech. Going back to its origin, today, when we want to find information on any matter, we go into web explorers. We can just write a few words and we can find thousands and millions even of results. But as you might know, not everything is accessible online or trustworthy. There are some sites that belong to trustworthy sources, but not all of them do. So sometimes the key difficulty is knowing how to differentiate whether it's a good or a bad source of information. there's no exception for the field of accessibility, so we find the same issues. That's why Accessibility Tech was launched. Our goal is to define a methodology that will allow to identify and to disseminate projects and solutions that are innovative within the European environment. They use accessibility to guarantee accessibility or usability for people with disabilities. From the beginning of the pandemic that was caused by the COVID-19, there were three key areas that have experienced a quick evolution. Those were the focus of the Accessibilitas project. We are developing a website, and through the use of manual techniques and artificial intelligence techniques, it will be possible to view on a map of Europe all of the solutions that are accessible and inclusive after having checked whether they comply with European accessibility standards. That's where we can offer trustworthiness and value that we mentioned before. Another goal of the project is a transfer of knowledge regarding accessible technologies. There will be an expert panel that will be created. We will try to find communication and collaboration channels in other European media to establish this transfer of knowledge, as I mentioned. We'll do a series of activities that will foster the awareness of how the European society as a whole can realize the benefits that generate the use of accessible and inclusive technology, not only for people with disabilities, but for the whole of the population. In that sense, we will organize a hackathon where we would like to welcome the community of developers and European programmers and developers. They will receive material and support, and there will be 3 challenges, one for each area of the project, so that they can develop accessible technologies. We're also considering creating workshops that will be aimed at the technological sector, also to service suppliers, to associations of people with disabilities, and to other key sectors at the European level. Once the project has been executed, we will begin another stage where we will detect further solutions, we will transfer knowledge, and we will study the possibility of scaling the project into other areas, for instance, tourism, culture, or even for other groups of people or other countries. In order for you to get to know better who is behind our project, can you see it? Great. The project is led by the ONCE Foundation and other key partners that you can see on the screen, which are Inserta Innovación, Digital Europe, a European association that represents the technological industry, EASPD, the European Association of Suppliers of Products for People with Disabilities, And today we have a representative of one of each of these institutions. We also have the collaboration of the European network whose values defend the rights of people with disabilities. For instance, the European Forum for Disabilities and other entities that work at promoting social inclusivity and for social economy, such as the case of Social Economy Europe. I would like to mention that the project is funded by the European Union through the program Rights, Citizenship and Equality. Without their funding, it would have been impossible to create this project. There's something I would like to mention. You will have realized that in the panel, there's a mainly masculine representation. This is just by accident, because in our project, we are very concerned with the gender equality. In fact, one of our colleagues is taking the place of one of our colleagues who is on her maternity leave. Without any further ado, I will stop sharing my screen, and I would like to introduce Enrique Garcia. Enrique is has a technical position at the Universal Accessibility Program within ONCE Foundation. He works in an innovation project within the organization. Enrique is going to explain the technical development of our website. Thank you, Antonio. Hello, everyone. Good evening. And as Antonio said, I will show you the more technical side of our project. It's not knowing the accessibility tech mapping tool. Our goal is to create state-of-the-art web explorers to promote this and to identify technologies that are accessible, that are easy to replicate, and that could be transferred to other environments. Within this web searcher, we try to find technological tools. If anyone has a technical project and they're wondering whether they fit within our project regarding their level of maturity, we would like to say that the projects includes all types of development. Within the three key aspects that Antonio mentioned before, these are e-learning, spaces and virtual tools designed to facilitate the learning and distance learning for companies and educational institutions. Then we have remote work. And we finally have remote assistance. It facilitates obtaining the care or the assistance that people with disabilities might need. We're going to look at how technology helps. Mapping tool works in two ways: in an automatic way through machine learning or artificial intelligence, or a manual system. The mapping tool is developed by the machine learning company BigML. The automatic part of the mapping tool, which might be the most complex, it collects data massively to be able to see which projects belong to one category or another within the three areas that we mentioned before. in order to be able to classify them within the mapping tool. We did this process of data collection in the last few months, and we're very happy because we have been able to collect 250 sources for technological projects in all of Europe, different websites where all of these technological projects or repositories are placed. So machine learning will go through all of these websites and using the keywords linked to the 3 thematic areas, we'll try to find processes that include those keywords. There will be keywords for each theme area or others more generic, such as accessibility, inclusion, or those. With this collection of sources and keywords, machine learning will be able to perform a search in those sources through their keywords and extract technological projects automatically that are being produced at different stages of development in the whole of Europe. I can now show you a mock-up of how this web explorer is going to work for everyone. You can see the 2 interfaces I'm showing you. On the one on the right, there is a map with where you can see the city of Madrid, and you can see icons that show telecare, e-learning, and remote work at different places in the map. Given the accessibility problems map can have, it will offer the alternative to use a list format. Both will comply with the WKA 201. It will comply with this accessibility standards. We will also offer a filter to choose any of the 3 areas. There's a map on the right with the icons related to the 3 thematic areas, and in the left, a list of the different projects in a list view. Both options will be accessible, and the user could choose which one to use. This is how the mapping tool is going to work. We've seen the automatic and the manual models. The question now is, which are the opportunities that exist within the mapping tool for those projects that are not going to be detected by the automatic algorithm for searching? As I said, we have these 250 sources and the keywords. But you might say, well, my project is not on any repository that the team took into account, so my project won't be a part of the mapping tool, and I won't be able to share it with everyone. Well, we will create a form that can be filled out manually. It can be a person or a team or a university. Anyone who wants to make their project be known in their mapping tool can join us filling out this form. It will request a few some details, the name of the project, email, and you can choose the category of the project: e-learning, remote work, telecare, or other. I would like to highlight this other category because we want to find solutions that help people with disabilities. If you think there's another accessible technology solution that our team needs to take into account, you can choose the other category. I think you will agree with me that there is some video conference tools that can fulfill 2 of these categories or 3 of them. There are video conference tools that can be used for a class in e-learning, for a job work meeting regarding remote work, or they can be used to for telecare, for communicating with your doctor. So the form will allow you to choose all 3 categories or even the 4th one. Also, the web URL website of the project and are accepting the terms and conditions. We have also included some additional fields that can be filled out, such as the logo, the description, or the website of the company. Here you can see the interface of this manual mode of the mapping tool that we mentioned before. And as Antonio said, you can see all of the partners of our project and you can see the mapping tool. This is quite a final version that has been polished, but if you'd like to know how soon you will be able to include your project in this mapping tool to share it with the world, I cannot say yet. You will have to wait until the end of the session. So thank you very much, Antonio. You have the floor. Antonio, you're muted. We cannot hear you. Thank you. Thank you, Enrique, for this technical analysis and quite clear on how the website was developed and the possibilities that it offers, both automatic and manual, for data entering, and this question that you left for us. I would like to introduce Miguel González. He works in the field of e-learning knowledge in ESCPD, the European Association of Producers for People with Disabilities. He has wide experience in scientific research and in the field of e-learning. Miguel, we would like to get to know better your organization, but also we'd like to know how do you implement accessibility?
Okay, hope everyone can hear me okay. I work in the European Association for People with Disabilities. This is a nonprofit NGO. We provide social services and we support people so that people with disabilities can exercise their human rights on a level playing field. We're very happy to participate in this project where we provide these services to people with disabilities. And we come up with technical solutions to improve the quality of life. In terms of your question, first of all, through our association, working with the European Parliament, Council of Europe, we work in the development of European policies so that people with disabilities can participate on an equal footing and putting accessibility on the agenda. And we coordinate the exchange of ideas and discussion about how to improve accessibility for people with disabilities so they can exercise their human rights. And we're also working in accessibility in all different areas to take full advantage of technology and digitization to improve the participation and service to these people. We also coordinate within our members through a forum that working in technology, design networks, and so forth. We develop ways to provide services, increase digital competencies of the users. We try to increase accessibility in different spheres of action in labor, entertainment, and so forth. Now, just to know a little bit more about our association, I'm going to show you a short video. Let's take a look at that video now.
The future is opening gates to the world of knowledge, to the world of each other. The future is to do not what I need to, but what I want to. The future is going to work in the morning, to meet colleagues, to create value, to be included. The future can be as simple as having an independent life. The future sometimes means a couple of steps with the right help. The future is having the right tool to reach, to hear, to see. To whatever you can imagine, the future is me, with the support I need to live the way I want. The future is now. The European Association of Service Providers for Persons with Disabilities. Improving services, improving lives.
Gracias.
Muy bien, perfecto. Pues muchas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Miguel. Now we're going to give the floor to Jose Ucero. He's a senior project manager at Digital Europe. And Jose has a lot of experience in projects. He was a coordinator of a project for a long time, and he works in different areas of ITCs like digital inclusion. And just like with Miguel, Jose, I would like to know a little bit what Digital Europe is doing, and especially how Digital Europe's values coincide with the objectives of the accessibility. Hello, everyone. Thanks, Antonio, for that. It's a pleasure to be here today in the Congress, and especially in this session on accessibility. Let me explain that Digital Europe is a European association representing the technological industry of ICTs, of TICs, and it represents SMEs and many national associations in the ICT involved in ICTs. Now, through the participation in projects, we're trying to inform our members of what are the key aspects in terms of policies and standards related with technology, and one of them is accessibility and digital inclusion. Now, if we consider that one of the goals of accessibility is developing accessible technologies, inclusive technologies, well, we want to form part of that, obviously, and we have examples of best practices of what these accessible technologies are, how they were made, what the different characteristics are, what success they've had in the market to transfer these to our partners. They're very interesting in terms of technology and policy and everything having to do with accessibility in the digital world.
No se te escucho.
We can't hear you. There we go. Sorry, yeah. Thanks very much, Jose, for that explanation. As you can see, as our colleagues from Digital Europe and ESPD said, the lesson of the partners, we've selected the right people here for the project, and with a very important representation of players at European level. I would like now to ask a few questions. Specifically, I have a question for Miguel. It's a complicated question, Miguel. How can we ensure full alignment and beneficial alignment of social services and assistance with the digital transformation process without leaving anyone behind? Well, to ensure this beneficial alignment with social services through digitization is by training people with disabilities so that they have real access to digital platforms and to providing uh, opportunities in development and to be more inclusive, and also with the service providers that they have the opportunity to offer lifelong learning. It's important to understand that technological advancement could be an opportunity or a threat for people. It could create inclusion or exclusion. So technological development that leaves no one behind could uh, give rise to more sustainable communities. I think not prioritizing accessibility in technological development and not taking advantage of this development to provide opportunities, labor opportunities, is not only unjust, but it's a real loss of human resources, isn't it? So service providers, social services providers, politicians, researchers have a key role to play in developing a more accessible and inclusive society. All contributions, of course, are very welcome to reach these to reach all of these opportunities. I completely agree with what you just said. And so we have to raise awareness at European level that this is a benefit for the entire, all citizens. Jose, I'd like to ask you, what are the basic criteria that define digital accessibility? Well, that's an easy and difficult question because it would appear to be clear. Obviously, in Europe, the criteria for accessibility are included in a European standard, which is EN 3049, which since 2014 has been updated and is considered an adaptation of the web standard, but including regulatory aspects and areas like accessibility. That's at regulatory level. But then at other levels, there's European legislation where disability is mentioned, or there are specific articles on accessibility. For example, we have the telecom package or the procurement directive. But the most important thing is there are two specific directives on accessibility. The first is the Web Accessibility Directive, which specifically focuses on how to ensure web accessibility for public sites and applications in the public sector. And not only does it set up the specific criteria of how they have to develop, but a whole methodology for the monitoring of how they evolve. So accessibility is no longer objective. It is an objective that moves in time. It needs to be adapted. It needs to adapt to new technologies. And then, so there are new accessibility requirements, everything having to do with artificial intelligence, for example. That's one. The Web Accessibility Directive suggests or obliges web pages in the public sector to be accessible and to adapt little by little to accessibility. But in recent years, work has also been done on the Accessibility Act. This includes basic criteria for a whole set of technologies in the private sector, books, e-commerce, and so forth. So for the first time, we have a directive now that suggests that certain technological sectors have to be accessible because they're essential for the provision of services. Now, on a more political level, there are ministerial directives that talk about e-administration based on the users or the value of e-administration, where accessibility has an important relative weight. So at the end of the day, we're talking about accessibility, and when we talk about usability and user-centered approaches and so forth, with nuances, but all of this is related to accessibility, although the terminology might differ and there might be slight differences between the concepts. Antonio, I would like to follow up on what Jose said and say, as he said right now, digital accessibility and technological accessibility related to web pages and applications especially, we are lucky, as I mentioned, we have standards now that regulate accessibility. But as he mentioned at the end, I think it's very important that the third sector, the public sector that regulates this, and this software development and the captation of the requirements and needs, the design, implementation, quality control. It's important that since we do have this legislation and these rules from the very beginning, this needs to be implemented, because when you try to include accessibility, when you already have the product or service finished, it's much more difficult and much more costly, not only in economic terms, but also in time, in terms of time. It's not the same if accessibility is considered in the design for everyone, as Jose mentioned. So from the design point to bear in mind all of these criteria that you have to comply with in terms of accessibility, then doing it at the end when everything is finished. And there's things in the software that cannot be undone, or if you have to undo them, it would cost a lot of money and time that wouldn't have to be spent if they were done in the very beginning. I completely agree. And this leads to two more things. One, the erroneous concept that accessibility has a cost, and it shouldn't really. Simply, if accessibility is integrated in your organizational process and in the development, it doesn't have a cost. It's simply part of the development of technology. And the second concept is related with the quality of the design. If we consider that accessibility ensures that the final design of the products and services are of quality, no one would doubt that it's important. So when we talk about the quality of products and services, it's essential. It's absolutely essential for accessibility. Thanks very much for that, Jose. In just a few minutes, you really synthesized the standard on accessibility, which is quite complete. You said everything. I don't think you left anything out. So you gave us a good overview. And as you mentioned, in our platform, when we're looking at these solutions and innovative projects, they're going to bear in mind all of these European standards. Also, I'd like to highlight one of our other colleagues at European level has been helping us, or helping the national associations they've disseminated a publication to help national organizations. And as you said, the design from the very beginning, user-centered design, and if the user is a person with a disability, then it has to be done properly. In our experience, we've had a lot of cases where a person or an organization came with a product designed for people with disabilities, but when you ask them if they've done user tests, they say yes. For example, that chair, monitored chair, was used by one of the students. So when we're talking about user-centered design, it has to be a real user. And then, Enrique, you're working on innovation projects, and many of the technologies that we're including in the platform are innovative technologies, cutting-edge technology. Right now, in your opinion, what technologies are the ones that are being used most frequently to promote accessibility? And then looking into the future, looking into your crystal ball or your experience, what do you think has the greatest potential for the future? Well, I think, Antonio, to set the context, the pandemic a year ago put certain needs on the table that we didn't expect and completely changed our scope of action because our life completely changed and we had to adapt to all these new circumstances in an unexpected fashion. So in that case, Accessibility Tech was born because we found that when we all were at home, many people had to completely change their normal atmosphere of classes, of work, or situation, or their life. They had to change their lives radically. And accessibility became even more important because the context where the people were working was completely different. So we've been talking about e-learning, telework, technological solutions to solve all of these accessibility barriers. So I think with the project and the mapping tool, as you said, we will be able to cover, thanks to technology, many projects to help to solve these new accessibility barriers that we were presented with in an unexpected way. So I think that technology, is growing exponentially. And I think that robotics, machine learning, as you know, the mapping tool itself will have machine learning integrated. So robotics, everything that has to do with artificial intelligence and machine learning, and maybe virtual reality, which is also something that we're discovering that there are applications that help to improve the lives of people with disabilities. And maybe the virtual reality and augmented reality are the two types that now being promoted and can really be used in the new projects, and the technology will be moving over the short and medium term. I think those three: robotics, machine learning, and virtual reality or augmented reality. It's also true that technologies, in terms of their accessibility, when they're more established or when the accessibility is better, as we mentioned earlier, right now the web pages and the applications uh, and the access to documents and all of our Word and PDF documents are more accessible. It's much more defined. There's regulations, there's legislation for that, so that the accessibility is much more established. And in robotics and machine learning, and in the case of virtual reality and augmented reality, we're in more of an experimental stage in terms of accessibility. We'll see what possibilities this gives us. So in my opinion, I really think that robotics, machine learning, and virtual and augmented reality over the medium and short term in terms of accessibility.
Y José, tú un poco que, bueno, que estás digamos, en la meca de la industria digital europea.
Yeah, the mecca of the European technological industry. Where do you see things are going? Closer to what Enrique's seen, or do you look at any other type of technology in the future? Well, I fully agree with what Enrique is saying. It seems that our minds are connected. Robotics and machine learning. Probably I will talk about artificial intelligence and VR, virtual reality or augmented reality, even AR. There are some technologies that haven't fully consolidated yet. When I used to work for you, for Fundación ONCE, we did this study analyzing accessibility in different technologies throughout Europe. Our findings yielded that those countries that were more developed technologically, such as Norway, Finland, Sweden, accessibility was better, but it's not that they were doing anything. It was just that the technology was much more advanced. They were buying more expensive CMS, then they were better. So they were already taking into account more accessibility features. We go back to concept of accessibility as a synonym for quality. When a CMS is better, is usually more accessible. And well, this is a question, Miguel, in your field of e-learning, which technology is being more widely used, which is more effective for promoting accessibility, or which one do you think has the higher potential for the future? I will think artificial intelligence that has been developing a lot in the last few years. I think any technological development can be of benefit to improve the quality of services to reach people. I see that we are all agreeing, even though this is supposed to be an open discussion. But I think it's great that we all agree and that we're not doing things so poorly. I think it's quite the opposite. I don't know if there are any questions from those who are here. Yes, we have a few questions from the audience because this was so interesting. First question is for Miguel. Miguel, what was the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on services for accessibility? Well, I agree with what Enrique previously said on how COVID became a big challenge for people in general. But the sanitary and social urgency, the health and social urgency created by the pandemic regarding social services, there has been a huge spike in the demand for social services. There's been a scarce personnel. There have been many representatives of organizations such as UNICEF have explained how there has been greater levels of social exclusion. So what was the impact of COVID-19? Well, this is a very important field of a study. It's still very difficult to find yet how much exactly it has been an impact. In general terms, for some countries, it was possible to adapt throughout technology by improvising through the use of technological solutions that were already there. They were able to keep in touch suppliers and users. But in other countries, the digital gap is quite wide. So even people had to begin to learn how to use technology from scratch. And also, the same case for some service suppliers. So this was a great difficulty.
Surge la necesidad de continuar reflexionando sobre las ventajas de rediseñar los servicios sociales para adaptarse a la era digital, de hacer los servicios más accesibles.
We need to adapt to the digital gap. We need to adapt services digitally. We need to better train suppliers of services and users. We need to understand that technology should ease the supply of services. And for this, users need to have accessible tools. This project not only offers to ISPD and their members, but to anyone involved.
buenas prácticas de la accesibilidad que pueden beneficiar
It offers a database for solutions that can facilitate the reflection or the improvement of service supplying.
La siguiente pregunta es para José.
Next question is for Jose. How has COVID-19 affected the accessibility of service of digital services and products? Has it aided to facilitate the interaction of people with disabilities? Well, I think obviously in the last 2 years of COVID-19 and the pandemic have helped into a digital transformation that is quite deep in many different sectors. Well, this is obvious in the sectors such as remote working, remote learning, or remote healthcare. But well, any digital transformation doesn't take into account accessibility and inclusion is in the end an exclusive and excluding project that excludes people with disabilities, the elderly, immigrants, and all of those who live in rural areas with poor signal. Those are a risk of being left out. So the digital transformation needs to be a holistic approach where organizations are part of an awareness raising process where accessibility is considered an added value, a success factor, something that is taken into account from the beginning, something that is related to the accountability of the company. A product that can be used by more people will be more profitable. The more customers on online online banking, or health insurers know if they have more customers, they receive more benefits. But at a different level, when we have more students with disabilities or more remote workers, this amounts to better life quality and better integration of people with disabilities and better life quality for them. More students means that the workforce will be more inclusive and fully integrated for our country. So if we want inclusive education, that means we'll have more people working, a more flexible working structure, and better life quality for all. That means that technology is a catalyzer for digital transformation. But a digital transformation that excludes many groups of people is not what we wish for. In the end, we need to think about what we want. And this is very easy. Do we want a person to pay taxes and be well trained and have a good job to be able to pay many and very good taxes, or to receive taxes? I think the answer is obvious. Yes, the taxes part was crystal clear. The next question is for Antonio. Antonio, have you taken into account including people from Latin America or the Caribbean into your project, Accessibility Tech? In our sustainability and continuity stage, as I mentioned before, we hope this project is replicable in other sectors.
También lo hemos debatido en algún momento, digamos, de hacerlo a otros continentes.
So we have thought about sending it to other continents. I cannot promise it, but it's something that we've been thinking about it a lot. So the person who plays this question has guessed what's exactly in our minds, but we need to see what's the result of our project at the European level. And then we'll see how we can replicate it. Antonio, Silvia, well, we took into account this type of circumstance, and at the manual part of the mapping tool, within the country,
quiere mandarnos su proyecto, aunque no está contemplado actualmente en la edición actual, como él dice, por el hecho de si lo consideramos ampliar y es la replicabilidad que está contando Antonio, en el campo de país.
in the field to choose which country you're being sending this project from, there's an other field. So if someone from outside of Europe wants to send us their project to make it more to make it better known, we will be delighted. So we like to encourage the person who sent the question to send their project. And after these questions, before saying goodbye to the table, I will give the floor back to Antonio because I think he wants to show us something. Well, before we finish, I would like to thank my colleagues and also to the audience for being here. I will have to say thank you for the organizers for the opportunity they gave us. But since I work within the organization, well, I am thankful. And well, Enrique sent a question. Do you know when this is going to be available in the mapping tool? For those who have projects that want to join, you can see the response in the next video. Video, please.
Do you have an e-learning, telework, or telecare services project you would like to include in our mapping tool? Accessibility Tech is a EU-funded initiative that seeks to develop a next-generation search engine that identifies accessible technologies and solutions. While we prepare the final version of the mapping tool, we are collecting information from technology projects at different stages of maturity, within the 3 areas mentioned above. Whether you are a research group from a university, a company, a non-profit organization, or even an individual, don't hesitate to send us information on your project, tool, or product. So, now it's your turn. Find more information in our website.
Pues muchas gracias.
Thank you so much, Antonio. We've understood the importance of technology not placing barriers and that it can be used by everyone, and also the potential of artificial intelligence for finding solutions. Well, we're reaching the time for a break, and we're going to watch a series of videos of technology products and support products. So we'll see you in a while.
Cuando se tiene en cuenta a todas las personas en su desarrollo. En los vídeos que pondremos hoy, vamos a poder ver cómo el seguir los principios del diseño universal en aspectos como el transporte o la deambulación por el interior de edificios hace posible su uso y disfrute por todas las personas. Además, veremos el proyecto del Banco de Productos de Apoyo, con el que se contribuye a la igualdad de oportunidades de las personas con discapacidad cuando son contratadas por una empresa. Intelligent design happens when everyone is considered in its development. In the videos that we offer today, we will be able to see how following the principles of universal design in aspects such as transport or exploring the inside buildings makes it possible for everyone to use and enjoy them. In addition, we will see the project of the Bank of Support Products, which contributes to equal opportunities for people with disabilities when they are hired by a company.
Fundación 11 y Alstom han renovado el convenio de colaboración que ambas entidades mantienen desde 2019 y que tiene como objetivo la mejora de la movilidad y la calidad de vida de las personas con discapacidad.
Para mí, sobre todo, me ha permitido aprender a ver a las personas, no a sus discapacidades o sus necesidades, ¿no? A entender a la persona y qué necesita, ¿no? Trabajar con expertos como los de la Fundación 11 te permite ver las cosas de otra manera, ¿no? Y diseñar los trenes mejor, más universales, ¿no? Adaptados para todos.
Para la Fundación 11 yo creo que supone un hito importante, ¿no? El trabajar con una compañía, una multinacional como Aston, con impacto a nivel mundial, y el conseguir mejorar a través de esta colaboración la accesibilidad supone para nosotros el haber alcanzado un gran reto, ¿no? Pero sobre todo lo que va a suponer va a ser una mejora de la calidad de vida de las personas con discapacidad, no solo a nivel de España, sino a nivel internacional, con lo cual a partir de ahora yo creo que ya empezamos a ser cada vez más ciudadanos de verdad, ¿no? Ciudadanos de plena inclusión, que podemos utilizar de forma completamente independiente un medio de transporte de una forma completamente normalizada. Ese es el verdadero logro para mí como persona con discapacidad y para la propia Fundación, el conseguir cumplir uno de sus objetivos.
El convenio permite llevar a cabo acciones e iniciativas tanto desde el punto de vista de la accesibilidad universal y el diseño para todos, como desde la vertiente de la gestión política de recursos humanos dentro de la compañía.
Para nosotros es muy importante esta colaboración, el trabajar con una de las principales empresas en el ámbito de transporte a nivel internacional. Es esencial por muchos motivos, ¿no? Por ayudar y aprender de ellos y ayudarles a considerar la accesibilidad desde el principio de sus diseños y no llevar a cabo adaptaciones posteriores, ¿no? Lo cual supone en muchos casos costes excesivos y costes adicionales y peores soluciones. Y sobre todo también colaborar con otras entidades que trabajan en el ámbito del transporte y que realmente están trabajando por mejorar las condiciones de sus infraestructuras, de sus sistemas de transporte, como por ejemplo Metro de Madrid o Metros de Ligeros de Madrid. En este sentido, para nosotros es esencial, como decía al principio, el poder colaborar con esta gran compañía de transporte para aprender y sobre todo para conseguir una sociedad para todas las personas.
Para Alstom, la colaboración con Fundación 11 y con Inserta Empleo nos ha permitido ser conocedores de diferentes técnicas y procesos y herramientas que permiten la incorporación de personas con discapacidad en diferentes posiciones que en un primer momento podíamos pensar que eran inaccesibles. Para nosotros como compañía es realmente importante ser una empresa inclusiva, que abarquemos todos los campos y que facilitemos la incorporación de todos los perfiles a nuestros puestos de trabajo.
El ascensor es el medio de transporte más utilizado en el mundo. También es el más seguro. A las necesidades derivadas de la actual situación sanitaria, el sector de la elevación se enfrenta a otro reto: la accesibilidad universal.
Ante la actual situación sanitaria y con el fin de promover la inclusión de las personas con discapacidad, la Fundación 11, Nayar System y la Federación Empresarial Española de Ascensores hemos firmado un convenio de colaboración para desarrollar una botonera virtual que garantice la seguridad y la accesibilidad universal en el entorno de la elevación.
Es un sistema que permite que cualquier usuario utilice el ascensor sin necesidad de pulsar físicamente los botones. A través de una aplicación móvil gratuita que estamos desarrollando tanto para iOS como para Android, cuando nos encontremos cerca del ascensor podremos llamarlo e interactuar con él gracias a la tecnología Bluetooth. El único requisito es instalar una serie de dispositivos en el ascensor que nos permitan conectarnos con él. El sistema es compatible con todas las marcas de ascensores del mercado, por lo que podemos decir que se trata de un producto universal.
Además del usuario final, hemos querido tener en cuenta al técnico ascensorista. Por ese motivo, la botonera virtual accesible contará con una plataforma de configuración sencilla e intuitiva. Para el desarrollo del proyecto, tanto la perspectiva de Fundación 11 como la experiencia de FEDA ha sido de gran valor.
Desde Unión Tecnología y Accesibilidad, junto a Nayar System y Fundación 11, hemos trabajado en el diseño de una aplicación fácil, sencilla, intuitiva y sobre todo accesible. Podemos acceder a ella a través de voz, de los propios asistentes virtuales, y también con el uso habitual de nuestro teléfono móvil con las configuraciones predeterminadas de accesibilidad que tenemos de nuestros dispositivos.
Botonera virtual accesible, piso 4, llamando ascensor, piso 1, por favor, esperen.
La aplicación es accesible, he seguido las pautas de accesibilidad WCAG 2.1 para teléfonos móviles y se trata de una aplicación muy fácil de usar para todo el mundo.
Desde principios de 2020 estamos trabajando conjuntamente Nayar Systems con Fundación 11 y actualmente la solución está muy avanzada. Tenemos previsto empezar las pruebas de campo en los próximos 3 meses y hacer el lanzamiento del producto el tercer trimestre de 2021. Es un proyecto ambicioso y estamos contando con la colaboración del sector de la elevación en España. Es por eso que aprovecho también esta oportunidad para invitar a las empresas del sector y que formen parte de esta iniciativa.
Este proyecto es posible gracias al convenio entre Fundación 11 y el Real Patronato sobre Discapacidad, por la igualdad de oportunidades en el trabajo. La sociedad se está adaptando, pero aún hay camino por recorrer. No seas el último en hacerlo. Fundación 11 y el Real Patronato sobre Discapacidad ponen en marcha el primer banco de productos de apoyo para empresas, autónomos y pymes. ¿En qué consiste esta iniciativa? Ofrecemos asesoramiento sobre los productos de apoyo que puede requerir una persona con discapacidad para desempeñar su trabajo. Así contribuimos a la igualdad de oportunidades de las personas con discapacidad cuando son contratados por una empresa. Somos un banco, pero de productos, y estamos de tu lado. Te lo ponemos fácil. Proporcionamos esos productos sin coste para la entidad durante un tiempo limitado, para que entidades, trabajadores y trabajadoras se den la oportunidad de comprobar si quieren o no continuar su relación contractual.
La accesibilidad al ocio y a la cultura es algo fundamental para la inclusión de las personas con discapacidad. En este caso, la accesibilidad al cine. Que las personas sordas puedan seguir una película mediante subtítulos y que las personas ciegas dispongan de la audiodescripción son dos aspectos indispensables para garantizar la accesibilidad. En los cortometrajes que vamos a ver a lo largo del Congreso, todos y todas podremos disfrutar de ellos en igualdad de condiciones. La audiodescripción, que explica lo que pasa en las distintas escenas mientras los actores no hablan, se escuchará para todas las personas. Aunque en la vida real, esto solo se escucha por las personas que lo necesiten, a través de la aplicación Audex Mobile, aplicación accesible y gratuita que permite escuchar audiodescripciones de películas, series, documentales o cortometrajes, descargando estas en el móvil. La aplicación sincroniza la audiodescripción con la película. De este modo, solo el usuario lo escuchará. Esperamos que disfruten de la proyección. Todas las proyecciones contarán con subtítulos y audiodescripción en castellano.
Accessibility to leisure and culture is fundamental for the inclusion of people with disabilities. In this case, we are talking about accessibility to the cinema. That deaf people can follow a movie using subtitles and that blind people have audio descriptions are two essential aspects that guarantee accessibility. In the short films that we are going to see throughout the conference, all of us will be able to enjoy them on equal terms. The audio description, which explains what happens in the different scenes while the actors are not speaking, will be heard by everyone. In real life, this is normally only heard by people who require it throughout the Audex mobile app, an accessible and free application that allows us to listen to audio description of films, series, documentaries, or short films by downloading them on your mobile. The app synchronizes the audio description with the movie. In this way, only the user will hear it. We hope you enjoy the screening, with subtitles and audio description in Spanish.
El guión de este cortometraje fue ganador del concurso de guiones en la sección oficial Compostela Plató. Cortocircuito 2005, Festival Internacional de Cortometrajes de Santiago de Compostela, Ficción Producciones y Turismo de Santiago de Compostela, con la colaboración de Santiago de Compostela Film Commission. Los nombres de los actores y el título aparecen escritos primero en braille y después en texto. Isabel Naveira, Monti Castiñeiras, Te quiero mal. Guión y dirección, Mireia Giró Costa. Una joven duerme en su cama, es de día. Sin abrir los ojos, lanza la mano sobre el despertador.
Son las 8 horas del 7 de septiembre.
Abre los ojos. Sentada en el borde de la cama, mete los pies en las zapatillas. Se levanta y entra al cuarto de baño. Se ducha. Coge el gel. Con los ojos cerrados descorre la cortina y se seca. En ropa interior pasa la mano sobre prendas colgadas. Descuelga una de las perchas y coge la ropa colgada en ella. Escoge zapatos también por el tacto. En la cocina, ya vestida, pone en marcha la tostadora, abre un armario sin mirarlo y saca una taza. Pone café soluble en la taza. Abre la nevera y saca la leche. Acciona el microondas. Unta mantequilla en una tostada y la come. Bebe de la taza y palpa su reloj de pulsera. Ante el ordenador.
Entra dentro del Outlook, menú, bandeja de salida, bandeja de entrada. Tiene 6 mensajes, asunto, puntuación, 2 puntos, hola, caracola, puntuación, exclamación, de puntuación, 2 puntos, Laura Paulies, enter. Hola, loca, ¿dónde te metes? Ayer te estuve llamando y me salió el botón. Hecho de menos, nuestras salidas.
Se pinta los labios frente a un espejo. Pasa su dedo sobre una caja que contiene recipientes con maquillajes de diferentes colores y se maquilla. Recoge las llaves de un pedestal en el pasillo. Despliega un bastón de ciego y sale de su casa. Dirige los ensayos de una coral.
Muy bien. Vamos ahora con la lengua.
Todos sacan la lengua, uno de ellos cierra la boca. La joven orienta su oído hacia él.
Cristian, ¿ya te has cansado de mover la lengua?
No. Lo siento.
Ella ejercita los labios, todos la imitan. En la calle mantiene el bastón formando un triángulo. Se acerca a Cristian.
Perdona, ¿quieres que te ayude?
Cristian. No, gracias. Ya he llamado un taxi.
Pues parece que se ha olvidado de ti. ¿Cuánto hace que esperas?
Tarde o temprano se producirá el milagro. Siempre pasa.
Vale. No insistiré más.
No te lo pido.
Mira, acaba de pasar uno y no ha parado.
Ella sonríe socarrona.
No pasa nada por pedir ayuda alguna vez, ¿sabes? No traicionarás a tus colegas sufragistas ni nada de eso.
Está bien. Ayúdame. Pero que conste que no te necesito para nada.
Gracias por dejarme ayudarte. Vamos a mi coche. Lo he aparcado cerca de aquí.
Ella pliega el bastón, se suelta de Cristian y le agarra el codo. Otro día la joven duerme en su cama, lanza la mano sobre el despertador.
Son las 8 horas del 12 de septiembre.
Sentada en el borde de la cama, mete los pies en las zapatillas. Se levanta y entra al cuarto de baño. Se ducha. Coge el gel. Se seca. Se pone un vestido rojo ante la ropa colgada en perchas. Coge zapatos. En la cocina unta mermelada sobre una tostada y la come. Bebe de la taza y palpa su reloj de pulsera. Recoge las llaves del pedestal en el pasillo y sale. Dirige los ensayos de la coral.
Cristian, recordad que esto es un coro. No intentéis cantar más que los otros.
¿Quién, yo?
El quinto tenor, empezando por la izquierda, eres tú, ¿no?
Sí, pero yo no he cantado más que los otros.
Entonces debo ser yo que te sobrevaloro. O a lo mejor es que ahora además me estoy volviendo sorda. Volvamos a empezar.
Por la calle, la joven camina tanteando con el bastón. Cruza un mercadillo callejero. Camina por calles hasta llegar cerca de un paso de peatones. Cruza. Recula asustada.
¿Estás bien?
¿Me puede ayudar, por favor?
Sí, claro.
Me he descontado y no sé dónde está el paso de cebra.
El transeúnte la acompaña hasta el paso de peatones.
Muchas gracias.
De nada.
Otro día la joven duerme en su cama y lanza la mano sobre el despertador.
Son las 8 horas del 15 de septiembre.
Se levanta. En la cocina, ya vestida, pone en marcha la tostadora, abre un armario y saca la taza. Saca una cucharilla y pone café soluble en la taza. Echa azúcar. Abre la nevera y saca la leche. La vierte sobre la taza que después introduce en el microondas. Lee un libro braille. Descuelga.
Mamá.
Pasa su dedo sobre diferentes colores de la caja de maquillajes y se maquilla. Recoge las llaves del pedestal. Dirige la actuación de la coral. Gira hacia el público, saluda y comparte el aplauso con la coral. Le entregan un ramo de flores. Agarra el brazo de una señorita y sale del escenario. En una discoteca, la joven Christian y otra joven hablan cerca de la barra. Ella se mueve suavemente al ritmo de la música. A su espalda, Christian le pone las manos sobre los hombros. Las desliza acariciándole los brazos. Acaricia su cintura y coloca ambas manos sobre el pecho de la joven. La acaricia por el cuerpo y los brazos. Desnudo sobre la cama, Christian pasa su mano sobre la espalda de ella. Se besan y acarician. Sentada sobre él, le acaricia el pecho moviéndose rítmicamente. De día duermen en la cama. Él despierta, coge el despertador y mira cómo apagarlo.
Son las 8 horas del 16 de septiembre.
Enciende la lamparilla y arroja el despertador sobre la mesilla. La besa y se levanta. Golpea las zapatillas introduciéndolas bajo la cama. Entra al baño. Se seca con la toalla de ella. Deja la toalla en el lavabo y tira la caja de maquillajes. La recoge descolocándolos. Adosa un aparato a un zapato. Lo pega a su camisa. A su piel. En la cocina mete pan en la tostadora y enciende la luz. Busca en los cajones. Saca una cucharilla. Saca la taza de ella del armario, pone café y deja el tarro en otro sitio. Cambia de lugar el tarro de azúcar. Llena la taza con leche. Guarda la leche en la nevera y cierra el microondas. Lo sube al máximo y lo acciona. Coge las llaves del pedestal. Ella sigue durmiendo. Él entra en la casa con una rosa que deja sobre el mantelillo colocado en la mesa de la cocina. Se va. Ella despierta. Alarga la mano y palpa la mesilla hasta encontrar el despertador. Se levanta, pero las zapatillas no están en su sitio. La puerta del baño está cerrada. Tropieza con ella y abre. En la ducha busca el gel, tantea la bañera hasta encontrarlo. Se pone zapatos del mismo modelo pero distinto color. En la cocina acciona la tostadora. No encuentra la taza en el armario. Coge otra. Saca una cucharilla. Tira un bote descolocado. Coge el café. Tira el azúcar. Se agacha y palpa los restos de cristales y azúcar. Lo recoge con un cepillo y el recogedor. En la nevera la leche no está en su sitio.
Mierda.
Toma un brick y lo huele. Lo deja, toma el de la leche y lo huele. Mete la taza en el microondas y lo acciona. Se sienta ante la mesa. Se pincha con la rosa y se duele de la mano. La palpa con cuidado. La huele. La deja sobre la mesa y consulta su reloj de pulsera. Abre el microondas. Las tostadas saltan quemadas. Se maquilla. Los colores que se aplican no son los habituales. Las llaves no están en el pedestal. Su bolso cae, ella tantea pared y suelo. Baja las escaleras hasta el teléfono. Hace intención de cogerlo, pero se detiene. Se sienta abatida. Guión y dirección, Mireia Giró Costa. Director de fotografía, Juan Hernández. Banda sonora, Manu Ribeiro. Ella, Isabel Naveira. Cristian, Monti Castiñeiras. Coro, Coral Polifónica de Bergantiños. Guión audiodescriptivo escrito y sonorizado en Aristia Producciones.
Gracias por continuar.
Thank you for continuing here with us. We're going to the last panel today on accessible video games. And we asked Enrico Garcia to change roles here and go from his role as speaker to that of moderator. He's a technician in the Department of Accessible Technology and Innovation at the ONTE Foundation and participates again in this Congress as he did in 2019, then in person, today online. Hello again, Enrique. The screen is all yours. Hello, Sylvia. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for being here. Before beginning, I wanted to ask several questions. Do you think that there is training in video games so that people with disabilities can be employed in the future? Or to what extent video games and consoles are accessible today? Can a person with a disability, cognitive disability or auditive disability play video games? And to what extent is the industry ready to assume these circumstances to foster inclusion in events and the use of video games? can I be a player in a professional esport team if I want to? We're going to talk about all of these issues today in the institutional panel on accessible video games in this panel discussion of the ONCE Foundation. 2 years ago,
una especie de mando o incluso a mí me pareció
we had this remote control.
que era para temas de videojuegos. Yo ya había jugado a videojuegos desde más o menos los 10 años.
I played video games since I was 10, and then I discovered with PlayStation 2 that I could really play video games as just like anybody else. And with the Xbox, the ONCE Foundation implemented Accessible Video Game Project. Over these 2 years, we've discovered that many people with disabilities can benefit from video games. Not only just to have fun, but we also discovered that the video game industry is willing to promote accessibility and make the changes
con el objetivo de que todos podamos jugar sin reparar en distinciones de discapacidad, género u otras. Estos cambios pueden
Now,
ayudar.
these changes can help us to integrate better in society, to make friends, to meet new people online. It gives us many different possibilities. And we can foster skills, soft skills, and social skills that we are going to acquire throughout life and that are important, not only to play, but also when we do our studies or are working in the future. Young people are the society of the future, and I think in part, with all of this, we can create a better future for them.
Bueno, pues cuántas cosas
So how many things over the past 2 years? Today, after these 2 years of work, we need to sit down now and see where we are at and where we're going. Where is the world of accessible video games going, and what opportunities is it offering us? Just to give you some information, the video game industry says that today it's over music and films, and it increased by 18% in the last year. 2 years ago, as Sylvia said, at the Congress, we had an accessible video game panel where I came with a backpack of all kinds of actions that we were implementing, and it was a challenge for us. Since then, we've implemented the Accessible Video Game Project, and the strategy plan has 4 pillars. The first is training and employment. The second is accessibility. The third is awareness raising. And the fourth is related to esports. So in this panel, we're going to look at the needs of each one of these pillars and what point are they at. To begin, we have Miguel Ramos with us. He's the co-founder of AVAD. Hello, a pleasure to be here. It's always a pleasure to be with you at these events, and we've been working together over these past 2 years, and we've been involved in different initiatives in training. The group is physically located in Malaga, but Miguel, you've always been very committed since the beginning of our collaboration with accessibility and with fostering inclusion in your different trainings and events, and so that any person can access them. Can you talk a little bit about the course, the testing course that you implemented and how that was developed? What specificities does it have? And what's special about that course? Well, as you said, it's been 2 years that we've been working together, and our group has 2 axes, events and training. And events, we've been participating in these initiatives to foster accessibility and raising awareness. But at this school, that's where we've really seen an open field, not only to training, but also to exhibitions for the students and the future developers of video games to make them more accessible. So with the Ante Foundation is we're working with the master students to so they getting them to foster accessibility. It's a very nice project. As we mentioned, the video testing course, that experience began last year in September. It ended in January, and it was really a fantastic experience. Because in a school like ours, we have many types of students, but the level of motivation that the students had was really incredible. And the course lasted for about 5 months, and the students was in person and online, and they really liked it. So for them, coming and participating in the classes was really fantastic, and feeling part of an industry, to be working in something, looking forward in a field which is a passion for them. One of the interesting things was that we had very varied students. Some people were IT experts, others from administrative jobs, but especially there was a lot of variety in terms of the disabilities they had. So it was amazing how they adapted. We never heard anyone complain. It was really, really gratifying. They were doing quality control and the testing and working on real video games. That's the interesting thing in this course. They're working and testing real video games that were being developed. So it was really enriching to see how they could do a whole cycle of testing. Another week, they checked a different video game, and they were really happy to see how they could find a certain fault in the program and then correct it. It was really great. So, and the people who really were facing some difficulties, they were just really happy. That's fantastic. Megan, I would like to know in terms of the course, you said there were people for different types of people, and sometimes access to technology or the digitization for people with disabilities is sometimes complicated. So I suppose that in the course, there are people with different types of disabilities, but did anyone require a special support? And how did you manage this type of support in the classroom? Well, there was one student who had motor disability. It was in a wheelchair, and all the gaming was adapted. We provided all the facilities so that he could, all the gaming facilities, and then he had a sign interpreter for the a deaf person, and he was completely integrated in the class. And the interpreter also participated, and then we had some students with visual disabilities. One person had tunnel vision. So a wide variety of different disabilities, and they had their monitors, and there was different special software some were using, but everything was adapted for them. So they were really overcoming adversity and found mistakes in the programming. They were really attentive and worked very, very well. So it was really, really fantastic. That's great, Miguel. Very exciting what you're talking about. I'm sure that you'll continue to promote accessibility in your organization, and you have more opportunities for people with and without disabilities to develop in the industry, in the video game industry. And for people with disabilities, this is fantastic. Now, in the second leg of the project, as I mentioned, we have accessibility. In this case, accessibility as the main objective is promoting video games and consoles that are accessible for the largest number of people possible. Now, representing the part of accessibility, we have Aliana Report from PlayStation Spain, who will talk about how a big company like PlayStation manages accessibility to video games. Liliana, thanks very much for being here. It's your turn. More than a billion people in the world, more than 15% of the global population have some type of disability at some time in their life. And that number is growing. We've created technology to help close this gap. We're trying to create a world where everyone can participate despite their disability. Now, in consonance with this mission, we've committed to create a more inclusive world through tools in PlayStation. That's why we're working, making video games more inclusive for all players. And we're very enthusiastic with what we're doing day after day. We're closer to our target population so that people can really enjoy video games. To do this, we continue to collect comments from people with disabilities, and then we collaborate with the programmers to integrate special functions in PlayStation 4 and 5 to help these players. We've incorporated in our games accessibility devices. The mission is to help players, all players, to use our video games. Having a disability, it doesn't mean that you can't play just like anyone else. I'd like to share some of the characteristics that we have in our games. In 2015, we had different options for people who had motor and auditory disabilities. In the game, one of the achievements that we're most proud of was creating vibration options that users could select, and we've adapted many of the different parts of the video games to people with disabilities. The interpreter apologizes. This video speaker, sound is not good and it's very difficult to interpret. I'll do my best. Now, with the direct accesses, everyone was impressed with the way the games worked. So with the recommendation of players with disabilities, we were able to make the games much more accessible. So in short, we're very enthusiastic about the future of diverse users using our video games. We're working hard to making our video games more and more accessible. Thanks for that, Liliana. I can say personally that in my case, I was being able to enjoy using these accessibility measures, the Spider-Man and other games in a very normalized way. And I was even got the platinum trophy when you deblocked all of the things in the game. And I was, thanks to that accessibility, I have my 2 platinum trophies, and I'm very, very proud of being able to have earned those trophies. Now, to continue with the third pillar of the project, where awareness raising amongst the industry, we have here today a friend that I speak to a lot, and it's a pleasure to have him here, Jose Maria Moreno. He's the Managing Director and Secretary General of AV. I'm very happy to see you here again, Jose Maria. Thanks very much to you, Enrique, and to the foundation. It's a pleasure. It's always a pleasure to be with you. And again, very happy to be here. So, Jose Maria, you were with me 2 years ago in the first panel discussion that we organized related with accessible video games. Now, the Spanish Video Game Association, AEVI, brings together many different agents in video games. Now, so I would like your view about the advances made in the past 2 years and what things have arisen in terms of accessibility over the last 2 years. I'm going to try to share a little presentation here as I speak. Now, a couple years ago, in the sector, we were very convinced that video games should be a tool to eliminate barriers that exist in society and to fight against stigmas. And video games are universal, and they generate wealth and jobs. In Spain, there are more than 9,500 people working directly in the sector and more than 23,000 working indirectly in the industry. And it's also a sector that's involved with education, health, culture, and business. So it is a sector that's integrated in the society. And that's why in the EMER group, we've made an effort to make it as inclusive as possible. Just a couple of years ago, we had the opportunity at this same Congress to talk about these different issues, and we realized that there was a possible partner to develop or improve inclusivity, the ONCE Foundation. Fantastic. Now, talking with you and other people from the ONCE, we were able to learn a lot from you and your experiences. We started to speak with you then in 2020. We signed a collaboration agreement at that time to develop and disseminate ideas to promote universal accessibility for people with all types of disabilities in the area of video games. The idea was to raise awareness outside, in other words, raise awareness about this reality of players, their social reality, and within the industry. We need to promote amongst the professionals in the sector a whole series of values that could be very useful. We're very happy to have signed this agreement at the end of 2020. I think that the foundation and AV were very happy with it. And let me talk a little bit about the agreement. As I said, it was to raise awareness outside within industry and amongst players, within 16 million video players in our country, but also inside amongst the professionals in the sector itself, to make them aware of inclusion and accessibility. We worked on different lines of action to create guidelines and recommendations for creators of video games so that when developing those games, they could think of how to promote accessibility. And since the very beginning, since they start to work on a video game, they have to bear in mind how to make it as inclusive as possible. We're also creating a web page with content and information on the different types of disabilities because not everyone has the same type of disability. As Liliana said in the video, we had to adapt and develop different tools so that people with different types of disabilities could play video games under optimal conditions, and so that the video games are adapted then to each of these different profiles. We're also working on training courses targeting different people in the sector and students so that not only the professionals, but also the students who are going to be developing video games in the future, so they have in mind everything having to do with accessibility. We participate jointly in events to raise awareness of the society, as I said, the outside society, talking about the ideals and to reach full equality. We have another project. It's a U Gamer project. And this project tries to disseminate the idea that video games should be used in a responsible fashion, but also we talk about the positive aspects of video games. And so we talk about many initiatives that have to do with disability. And so the idea is to continue giving visibility to this, to the players, to their families, to their teachers, to the scientific community, so that they know that these initiatives exist. And we try to promote amongst the different industrial agents this idea that this is something that is very important and that we have to move forward with it. An effort needs to be made so that increasingly in hardware and software, we can make these accessible to everybody. And just a little story, and this Liliana mentioned this. The first thing I did when I started working in AV in this sector, they asked me to go to an event in Los Angeles. And I had to go to the presentation by Sony PlayStation of all the games that they were going to launch that year. And I was sitting amongst a group of people that were in wheelchairs. And every time they launched or they announced a video game, I saw them and everybody else that was there in the pavilion. They were crazy, cheering. They were going crazy, really. And I was really surprised how excited they were. And so then I went up to one of their mothers and I said they have a lot of passion for these video games. And the mother said, yes, they and everyone else. But she said, in this young man who's my son, she said, he's been in a wheelchair for many years. And when the doctor came, the video games allow him to do things that he can't do in real life, like run, jump, or do some or other things. And therefore, for him, video games are magic. And so I had that idea of magic in my mind. I think in the industry, we realize that this potential exists, this potential of video games. And so we really have to make an effort to attract and be more inclusive so that everyone can enjoy the same experience and play together with the same possibilities and the same characteristics and the same capacities. So I'm not going to say much more, but we have been progressing. Those first conversations that we had 2 years ago brought us to wanting to sign an agreement with you. We've been working hard and moving forward with a lot of initiatives. And I'm sure these are going to be benchmarks at international level. Because in EVI, Fernando will also talk about this. In Spain, we are benchmark, a world benchmark in esports, and we can be also in issues concerning inclusion and accessibility.
Thank you, Jose Maria. I can see that all of these tasks that we have put on our backpack, I think we've moved forward on all of them from Foundation ONCE. I'm sure we'll be fostering actions that will have a great impact at the national and even maybe international level. It will be even better. Thank you so much for what you have shared with us and the vision from AEBI and everything that has been done the last 2 years. The last stage of the project is eSports, together with a streaming platform, Twitch. I don't know if our audience is familiar with it. Well, it's a platform where there are live streamings, and for many young people, this is entertainment. A means of entertainment. Many young people watch their favorite streamers and how they play games, video games, and this is also called content creators. So many of those streamers are linked to different esports teams. And for the first time, from the accessible video game perspective, we have someone who is very related to this is Fernando Piquer, founder and CEO of Movistar Riders. It's very nice to be with you. Likewise, Enrique, nice to meet you. A pleasure to have you here. I think we have a common friend. Moyor 87, he was playing yesterday in the Among Us game. He's a streamer. He has over 100,000 followers on his Twitch channel. And since he is a member of Movistar Riders, as a team member, how did it happen for him to join the team? What are his responsibilities in Movistar Riders on a day-to-day basis? Well, I met Moyor because he was a content creator, and I found a YouTube video from Moyor when I didn't know very well who he was. And literally, the video said, I play Fortnite, and if I can, so can you. Moyor, who has a big disability, you can see him playing, he's much better than me at most games, than many of us here. I was quite surprised that he had this ability and this determination to play and to be a content creator and to try to become a reference for others. Then I jumped into him somewhere else and we started talking. So we thought about the possibility for him to be a content creator for the club for 2 reasons mainly. First, because he shares and he personifies many of the values that we have: overcoming difficulties, humility. He tries to set an example to become a reference for others. I think one of the great things that the clubs and content creators, something that we can do is become an inspiration for others. And I think he's one of the best examples for that. We started talking and I told him, you need to be an ambassador for riders. And I think we're talking about 2 years ago. Sorry, I interrupted you? No.
¿Cuál es la figura? ¿Nos puedes dar más detalles por saber? Porque has mencionado que Moyor en este caso es embajador de Movistar Riders.
You mentioned that he is an ambassador for Movistar Riders. I don't know if he has other responsibilities within the team or not. Well, he's mainly a content creator within his channel, eventually on Movistar Riders channel. We also do actions with sponsors. in that pursuit for inspiration, for the fans. And in that sense, that ambassador position is for him to be a member of Movistar Riders, and how a person with disability can offer us life lessons. He's quite active on his networks. We try to help him grow. He has great talent. This ambassador role is what he did with you yesterday. He was representing the club. Truth is, Moyer offered great moments during our game yesterday.
Nos metía mucha caña a los demás. A mí enseguida me cogió manía y dijo, es Quique, y era Quique en todo momento, que bueno, tengo que reconocer que me tocó
He very quickly wasn't so happy with me.
Durante este año, como todos sabemos, se han celebrado los Juegos Olímpicos y los Juegos Paralímpicos.
We all know that this year we had the Olympic and the Paralympic Games. And within the video games, there are many people with disabilities that talk to me, and many.
Estando tú en la parte de eSports y en la parte de competición, me gustaría tratar contigo, porque no sé si realmente es un espejismo que la sociedad ve o algo que la sociedad intenta mover de un lado al otro, pero que no sé si tú opinas que tiene mucha relación o no, pero cuando han surgido este año todo el tema de los Juegos Paralímpicos y Olímpicos, mucha gente me escribe diciendo, ¿existen unos Juegos Paralímpicos pero de videojuegos? Entonces, claro, a mí lo que aquí me surge es un dilema en el sentido de que, bueno, no sé si creo que eso debería existir o la industria lo ve del mismo modo, o simplemente debemos ir por otros derroteros, igual que Moyor juega Fortnite y a lo mejor puede competir como uno más, pues seguir esa línea. No sé, ¿tú qué opinas?
Sí, efectivamente. Yo creo que primero en los nuevos territorios siempre nos sentimos más cómodos si tomamos referencias ya existentes, ¿no? Y de repente pues aparecen los Juegos Olímpicos o Paralímpicos y tratamos casi inconscientemente de trasladar eso a los nuevos territorios. Fíjate, yo creo que el videojuego como elemento competitivo o como fenómeno competitivo,
I think that video games as a competitive phenomenon has a few things that are very particular. We don't need to generate this comparison with other type of activities such as regular sports. Video games allows you to play on an equal basis with any type of people. We also like to think about, we always like to think about professionals. In Ego players, even less so, 0.0 are professionals. So greater stars are very few of them, just as it happens in soccer. You can compete even at an amateur level or just for fun. I believe video games are very inclusive in that sense. They allow you to be very competitive. You can have different disabilities, and you can play as one more. Moyer used to say the other day that he used to compete on FIFA games, and people laughed when they saw him there, and then he will end up winning that competition. You need to have good communication skills. You need a well-balanced psychology. You need to be able to handle frustration. Well, there are different aspects that maybe in traditional sports, it's more dependent on physical traits. But here, there are many different attributes, and the mix of all of them is what allows you to be competitive.
Luego, además, los videojuegos hoy en día siempre pensamos un poco en accesibilidad en los videojuegos.
We're always thinking about accessibility in video games. Well, video game at itself,
Pero incluso para el público en general. O sea,
it has a long way ahead regarding accessibility, but even for the general public.
teclado es la copia de una máquina de escribir.
Well, a computer has a keyboard, which is a copy of a typewriter. That's what people use to play video games.
Ya gente con discapacidad pueda tener pues mejores interfaces, que sé que hay varias compañías.
For instance, there are several companies who are creating better interfaces for people with disabilities.
Mínimamente adaptado, o sea, nos hemos adaptado a una. Entonces, hay un camino muy grande para que esa accesibilidad de los videojuegos, sobre todo a nivel
There's a long way ahead for accessibility of video games, especially
pueda ser cada vez más competitiva.
in the hardware level, for disabilities to be less competitive.
Como todo, pues igual que hay momentos que a lo mejor pues te apetece tener una competición más igualada o más pues más
Maybe you may want a more for fun game and you don't care so much among friends. But I think here the challenge, that is something beautiful, is to be able to play against the public in general in video games as being part of a team, those who are disabled and those who are not disabled. I agree with you, Fernando. I think what we should achieve is to have adaptability measures to offer equal opportunities for all, for everyone to be able to play within the very same ecosystem. I think what you said, it was very interesting. Well, now I would like to create a debate regarding some general questions. They can be focused to some of you in particular, but please feel free to respond to any question. For Miguel and for Fernando, Miguel has more to do with the creation and training regarding video games. And there are many new jobs that are being created that weren't well known before. And right now, the world of esports is generating all of these new jobs. Maybe you answered through your before. Do you think that this array of professions are ready to welcome people with disabilities? Or do you think the video game industry at the professional level is ready to welcome people with disabilities regarding accessibility? Miguel, you go first. You're muted, Miguel.
Sí, disculpa. Pues
Sorry.
bueno, por mi parte, pues por supuesto que sí. De hecho,
yes, absolutely. Just as there are many people who think that working in the video game industry, programmers, developers, many people see it as something difficult to reach. People who have been told at home that you have to study this can be a pastime, but you cannot make a living out of playing video games. But right now, there's this huge window of opportunity for people who can work on this industry from their own homes. And this happens too in the field of disability. Depending on the type of disability, of course, many profiles can join into the field of video game creators. Something very specific.
Una mentalidad analítica, una mentalidad hecha para la programación, por mucho que quiera, no puede, ¿no? Pues aquí también pasa exactamente igual, ¿no? Alguien que realmente no pueda, por ejemplo, en el caso del modelado 3D, algo muy concreto, ¿no?
For instance, something very specific. For certain things, it can be highly difficult to find the adaptation needed depending on the type of disability. But for many other profiles, there's enough adaptations that are possible through the use of hardware and software for many people with disabilities to be part of this industry without any issues. In fact, many people are joining now. Well, one of the things I would like to say about the world of esports is, for me, one of the best examples in the entertainment field for digital adaptation. We have switched the game field from the physical world into the digital world. Another new media such as Twitch instead of TV and radio. It's a change even for processes and the way in which we work within the club.
Transformados digitalmente. Y pongo un ejemplo muy claro donde nosotros siempre hemos hablado, de hecho, fíjate, con Moyor alguna
We
vez...
have an example, a great example with Moyor. We talk about this. We told Moyor, come work with us at the sports staff.
Digamos, ese concepto de transformación digital, nosotros el proceso de detectar un jugador.
Our process of finding a player to join our team until the day he comes to join us to play for the first time. We do all of this online. We try to find them through the network of professional players. We get in touch with them through DMs on Twitter. We do an interview, a tryout that is fully online. The negotiation and the signing of the contract is completely online. So I only meet them in person the first day they come to train with us. So this profile of the scouter, that is what happens in traditional sports, can be done online. So they don't have the need to move to a different place. For people with reduced mobility, they can be a scouter for a sports team. For instance, social media can be fully handled by people with disabilities. Everything that has to do with content creation, narration, narrative of the club, interaction with the players, all of it is done online. So we have this digital environment within the video game industry. We have all of this staff of people around the players themselves. This facilitates the creation of jobs for people with disabilities. Well, I see there is employability. Well, beyond adaptations, we can also see what a person can be valid or good at, maybe independently of having a disability or not. Maybe your programming or your modeling is not good enough. Well, he has talked about jobs that I had never taken into account and that can be done with by people with disabilities. Jose Maria, you work with everyone in the industry. When you work with all of these agents and you talk with them about fostering inclusivity and accessibility, how do these international members receive all of these measures and these adaptations or changes that may be needed for people with disabilities? At IAV, we're members of ISFE, which is the European Federation, with all of the video game associations in the world. We all talk about what topics are important, relevant in our countries, in an original, in an innovative way. And we have often talked about the interest in developing this agreement we have with the ONCE Foundation to become more accessible. The rest of associations are always very interested. They want to be kept updated on everything that we do to see if they can implement something similar in their own countries. Not every country has an institution such as the ONCE Foundation that can support them in moving ahead with these projects. Well, we are a reference in that matter. Many companies feel very excited about this. They come to share with us what projects they're working in, and they want to ask us about what projects we're developing in our country. Well, of course, there's a great deal we need to thank to Foundation ONCE and for you in particular, because I know you're spending a lot of time on this. Well, you're very welcome. Thank you.
Años y en qué punto nos encontramos, ¿no? Y creo, si me permitís, por todo lo que habéis ido hablando, creo que hemos sacado un montón de cosas positivas.
I think we've been able to see a lot of positive things. There are many things that can be done so that we can enjoy the game together, but also to find employment that can offer future and stability for people with disabilities within the video game industry that we think is quite relevant. There's one question I would like to make to all of you. 2 years ago, I mentioned that we went away with a backpack with all of the tasks that we needed to do. I would like for us to make a wish list or to make a little bit of self-criticism to see what would you like to see change regarding accessibility in video games. You have the floor. If you allow me to, I would say that in the last 2 years, many things have happened. You mentioned certain games. We've seen an evolution on how the interest of the publishers and the studios has increasingly grown, and they're making an obvious effort to create more accessible games. I think that's a trend we're going to see. I hope very soon we will be able to see that all new video games include all of these accessible measures and many other new measures of accessibility and inclusivity. And I hope we can work with the local Spanish industry for Spanish in order that Spanish video games can become a reference for the rest of the world. And I think in that sense, we are on the right path. It'll take us a little more time, but I think we're going to make it.
Yo que, o sea, que suscribo un poco las palabras de José María, que además él conoce mucho más.
Well, I agree with José María.
Un poco a la, fíjate, a la parte de los contenidos, ¿no? De la creación de
I will think about, I would like to talk about content creation regarding esports. We will need to keep evolving on this new industry. And since we're in the midst of this evolutionary project,
también en esa accesibilidad a la hora de poder consumir este tipo de contenidos de competición para personas discapacitadas y buscar,
and to be able to create these content creators for people with disability and to create better practices together with what José María said regarding the content.
Pues nada, yo no sé, Miguel.
Sí, desde nuestro lado, sobre todo en la parte de formación.
Well, Miguel, well, regarding training, at the master's level, we have this covered, but at the lower training level, we do need to plant this seed about taking into account accessibility. same thing happens in events. There are big events, and we need to showcase all of the advances.
Y de hecho, en la parte nuestra de eventos vamos a tener stands y zonas dedicadas a
We will have stands dedicated to accessibility to show all the new developments. Thank you so much to all of you. I have been noting everything you said. I've written down everything you said, and I'm going to do a checklist later on. Thank you so much. Silvia, I don't know how you been, how has this been follow up? Well, Enrique, you can imagine how many questions we have from the audience, and we've taken a lot of notes. They haven't told us who are these questions for. So, Enrique, we're going to ask you to send the question to one of the speakers. First one, do you think if there were inclusive events for video games, there will be better tourism in Spain, or do we already have this type of events? I'm going to reply, even if I'm the moderator, and then I will let the speakers. Well, there are many video game events in Spain that promote everything we're talking about. Right now, they're not exclusive events for accessible video games. I don't think that's what we're looking for, because I believe people with disabilities should be able to go to these events as anyone else. They should be able to enjoy as any other person regarding any, during any chats or information. Well, I will let the other speakers talk now.
Bueno, yo fijaros, por poner un ejemplo, lo he dicho antes, yo a Moyor le conocí en un evento, ¿eh?
Well, I can give you the example that I mentioned before. I met Moyor at an event. This is what I think happens.
Ámbitos entre gente discapacitada y no discapacitada, pues por ejemplo, yo esa toma de contacto.
Well, if there were separate events for people with disabilities and people without, I would have never met Moyors, which was a very organic way of meeting because we were both sharing a same event.
Sin ninguna necesidad de declararlos accesibles o no accesibles.
Without naming them as accessible or non-accessible events.
De este medio de entretenimiento, ¿no?
En la misma línea, nosotros organizamos algunos eventos, Madrid Games Week.
We organize some events, Madrid Game Week, and same as what Fernando said, people with disabilities were playing as any other gamer. We didn't need to do any differentiation between this type of events.
And it's the same for us. With Enrique, we had shared a very interesting conference, and there was a video of a really complicated move in a video game. So this type of inclusion has to be fantastic for people with disabilities. So everybody should be able to play under the same conditions. Now, answering the question, I think Manoli asked the question, we do have these type of events to foster tourism in all cities. So if everything moves forward, these should include the accessibility of people with disabilities, and people with disabilities will go, and then the cities will see that there's a need for that type of tourism and to make it more tourism, so when these people come to video game events or any other events that foster accessible tourism, and there'll be more possibilities in that sense. So it all forms part of the same movement, in this case talking about the video game events as the presenters have said this will provide more and more support for people with disabilities. Let's go on to the next question. How many games now on the market allow the use of adapted devices for gamers with disabilities? And how about Fortnite, FIFA? Do they have these special device adaptations? Jose Maria, you and I know that we have a list between 60 and 70 video games on the market that do have an accessibility measure. Now, naturally, we should mention that video games, well, it's difficult for a video game to make a video game accessible to all types of disabilities. Not all people with disabilities can play certain video games. The important thing is that the video games, studying the accessibility measures they can include them, that they do. Jose Maria and I do have a list of between 60 and 70 video games that do have an accessibility measure included. And Silva and I know some of these measures, but we hope to be able to give more specific information between 60 and 70. Jose Maria, I don't know if you, well, this list that Enrique is talking about is a list that we've been putting together, and I would like to publish that on a web page soon, so that anyone that's curious could see what video games exist on the market that have accessibility measures for people with my disability, for example, and they have that first-hand information. So we continue to work on that list, and I'd like to make that public soon, maybe for next year at the next Congress. Enrique, we could make that public. Well, at the next Congress, or maybe a little bit sooner. Next question. Accessibility can be seen from 2 points of view, that the player with disability can play, and that the designer of video games could be a person with disabilities. And the demand for accessible games and the demand for professionals with disabilities to receive accessible training exists. Now, what is the situation right now in that sense? People with disabilities and video games, both players and designers. As I said before, my past life as a producer of video games, yes, I'll go back to what I said before. On the one hand, the digital nature of this industry allows for the incorporation of people with disabilities in the world of video games. And it's also true that the design of video games, and I can tell you a story, a prototype that was done some time ago. And a designer with a disability allows not only to adapt a game to a certain disability, because it's hard to adapt it to all disabilities, but even could make that disability get them to involve other types of people with other types of disabilities. Some time ago, many years ago actually, we saw a game that was a prototype from a designer who had made a game where it was designed by a blind person, and the game, the concept of the game, it was for Xbox, and you played with earphones, and a malicious king had condemned to death, or was going to throw a person in the moat with the monster. The moat was dark, you couldn't see anything, and the screen was completely black. And so with sound, And with the remote control, you had to discover where the monster was in the dark moat. And you had to use all of your senses, but not the sense of sight to find that monster in the moat, because you couldn't see anything on the screen. The experience was incredible. And it was a prototype for a commercial game, but it was a great experience, and it was designed by a blind person. So I think that these types of things really open your mind creatively to develop new kinds of games. Thanks very much to everyone. Thanks, Enrique. It's amazing to see how things have advanced in 2 years and how the entire industry is becoming involved in making these for everyone. I'm sure that soon you'll be able to talk about new results that will be even more impressive, even more than today. And then we close today's session now. Thanks to all of you for being with us today. Thanks so much for being here, and we hope that you continue with us in this Congress of Technology, Tourism, and Accessibility for People with Disabilities. Tomorrow we'll continue with more things that are equally interesting.